yourself. Ooh. You ain't got a front, nigga, be yourself. Ooh. La 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 la. La 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 la. I don't care how much money you make. Don't care about the chicks you date. Don't care about the fights you've been. I don't care, we all get women. We all been in situations we had to be tough. Nigga, we all got nuts. You niggas front too much. Oh, bragging, boasting. Real niggas know silence golden. Keep things in motion. Get money on the low and be cool. You niggas move with too much shit to prove. Ooh, trust that energy felt. You ain't got a front, nigga, be yourself. You ain't got a front, nigga, be yourself. Ooh. You ain't got a front, nigga, be yourself. Ooh. La 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 la. La 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 la.
People want money, just funny. When possible dream manifest in the games that become a within. Nevertheless, got the gold from the dust, though, but you don't know. Got the blood, sweat, and tears. Losing some of your peers. Losing some of yourself through the get past. Go by. Hopefully it don't manifest. Later on in life, egomaniac, in the brainiac. Don't know how to act. Just beat 48 tracks. Who jacks the backside of deal, think he's gonna make a meal, but never will. Newly crosses over steel. Still in your head with vanities, double D's, just the sacrifice to make the dream. Wanna be a rock superstar in the biz. Take shit from people who don't know what it is. Not what you want know what it is, but the price of fame is high. It's what can't take the way. Be untrapped, what you rap in the back. Tell me what happened when you lost clap the rock. You took started collapsing, no fan, no fame, no respect, no change. Look at everybody spit, took the name. Wanna be a rock superstar. Live large, a big house, 5 cars, a rich car. Living up in the world, don't trust nobody. Gotta look up on your shoulder. Be a rock superstar. And live large, a big house, 5 cars, a rich car. Living up in the world, don't trust nobody. Gotta look up on your shoulder. Never had big dreams, I'll make a big cream. Big shot, heavy hitter on the main street. Wanna look trendy, independently. Be a style band, never act straightly. Wanna have big fame, let me explain what happens to these stars in their big brain. Start to get played like all damn day. Look at star. Live large, a big house, 5 cars, a big tours. Growing up in the world, but nobody gotta look over your shoulder constantly.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello. It's showtime. It's showtime. It's showtime, bitches. Come on, my niggas. Showtime, niggas. Come on, bitches. Showtime. It's showtime, my niggas. Come on, my niggas. It's showtime. It's showtime. Smile. Show that grill. Show that hood grill. Showtime. Come on, my niggas. Come on. Showtime. Let's go. Let's go. Hello, everyone. Hello. Hello, my niggas. Come on. How are you tonight? Come on, let's go. How are you out there in my kingdom? My niggas, my homies, my homeboys, homegirls. How are y'all doing, my niggas? How are you doing, my niggas? How are you, my niggas? How are you, my niggas? We're going to have a good show tonight. I can feel it in my bones, my niggas. My niggas, I can feel it in my bones. My loyal niggers here. You my niggas. You my niggas. My niggas. I love all my niggas. I love all my niggas. What's going on here tonight? What's going on here tonight? What have we got going on here tonight? What's going on here tonight, everyone? I'm going to share something here. Let's see. What do we have here?
He was doing his typical thing on his show again, showing everybody how much he loves and respects me. Adaptable. Yeah, everything's good. To do it all as well, right? Saw you getting props over there at Toilet Bowl Earth. Looks like he's smart enough to use OBS, so you can't rewind his stuff. Man, I caught some. If I could have caught some of those in clips, I got enough on him already. I got. No, OTW is absolute garbage.
Watch this. Watch how Tommy gets absolutely exposed and smoked. He's not as clever as he believes himself to be. Watch this. Watch the coward Tommy. Watch Tommy, he's Jack. Tommy Two-Face. Tommy Tattletale. I call him Jack now. I call Tommy Jack. Jack.
Garbage CRJ. You don't have to worry about him. I'm letting him do the duty of keeping all those people over there on his panel that don't need to be anywhere else. We've got attention-seeking, punching down channel again. Hello, King Steven.
See how he introduced me? He's starting shit. Attention-seeking, punching down. Listen to this. Watch this, though. He gets schooled. That's bullshit, that intro. Hello, Jack. What's up?
We're all what?
What's up,
We're all
Jack?
what? What's your name? Oh, I'm not
You're
Jack.
all
I'm
losers.
waiting for Jack.
I said
not a
hello,
loser.
Jack. Hello, Jack.
Yeah, Jack's
You are a
not here,
loser.
man.
You are Jack,
How am
and
I a
you are a
loser?
loser. You're the same as
Oh,
Jack.
I'm definitely not Jack.
You're
See,
the
if I'm
same
not
as
a
Jack.
loser, I'm not Jack. All right.
He just plays the interruption game. He interrupts constantly. That's the only way he can maintain any control, because he's a weak pussy. All he can do is talk over and interrupt. That's all he can do. That's all he can do. And Mod God, he backstages and kicks off just like Jack. He's weak. He's the same as Jack. There's no difference. He's the same as Jack. He just has less hair than Jack, but he's the same.
If you say so. Well, my problem with OG.
So he kicked me off in seconds, just like Jack. There's no difference. Tommy's the same as Jack. He's the same as Jack. There's no difference. It's the same as Jack. Play it again. He's the same as Jack. There's no difference.
See, wait. We've got attention-seeking, punching down channel again. Hello, King Steven.
That's bullshit, that intro. Hello, Jack. What's up?
We're all what?
What's up,
We're
Jack?
all what? What's your name? Oh, I'm not
You're
Jack.
all
I'm
losers.
waiting for Jack.
I said
not a
hello,
loser.
Jack. Hello, Jack.
Yeah, Jack's
You are a
not
loser.
here, man.
You are Jack,
How am
and
I a
you are a
loser?
loser. You're the same as
Oh,
Jack.
I'm definitely not Jack.
You're
See,
the
if I'm
same
not
as
a
Jack.
loser, I'm not Jack. All right.
You are.
If you say so. Well, my problem with OTW is he slandered Zetetic Warrior for betaing up to Paul, and then proceeded to do it worse. And it's like,
So I showed Tommy what's what, and all he could do is kick me off because he can't win. You're a loser, Tommy. You're a loser. Don't call yourself ruthless. Call yourself a homeless bum. Just be honest. You're broke. You beg for shekels on YouTube. You're a grifter, and you're a homeless bum, and you like to hang out with drug addicts. That's the truth. Why not just admit it? Just tell the truth. That's all you have to do. Just tell the truth. That's all you have to do. Just tell the truth. Come on, Tommy, tell the truth. Tell the truth. Two-Faced Tommy. Tommy Tattletale.
There's one thing that I wish white people understood.
She wishes white people, listen to this, but the smoke detector's chirping away. Change the battery, change the 9-volt.
There's one thing that I wish white people understood. It is this. You're white.
Oh, are all white people the same in your mind? Oh.
There's one thing that I wish white people understood. It is this. Your whiteness is the heaviest thing about you.
Oh God, no.
Oh, my whiteness, really? Oh, my goodness. Well, I'm proud to be white. It's okay to be white. It's fantastic to be white. I'm so glad I'm white and right. And not black and talking smack. I'm white and I'm right. I'm not black talking smack.
Not another one of these. Honestly, just a few years ago, videos like this were not anywhere close to as common as they are today. Why is it that tensions between communities are at an all-time high? Why, whenever I open up Twitter or any other social media, am I faced with an absolute barrage of pure, seething hatred for us? It is really quite unbelievable. So, should we take a listen at what enriching things this woman has to say?
It is so heavy that it outweighs any and all other marginalizing identities. Now, this is not to say that other identities aren't heavy. This is not to say that other identities aren't hard to carry. But it is to say that your whiteness in a white supremacist society like the United States is the key to care, empathy, dignity, support, justice, and freedom that people of color with the exact same marginalizing identities as you cannot access because they are people of color. Your white is heavier than your woman. Your white is heavier than your trans. Your white is heavier than your disabled. Your white is heavier than your poverty. Your whiteness is the heaviest thing about you.
This is the sort of rubbish that a modern university education will have some people coming out with. Because where do we think she picked up these views? It certainly wasn't from life experience. Just listen to the sort of language she's using. It is 100% coming from some sort of intersectional degree or women's studies course at university. What an absolute disgrace.
Hello, hello. Hello, Salty Siren. Hello. Good to see you. What's up, my nigga? What's up, my niggas? What's up? Yo, what's up, my niggas? What's up? I got 12 niggas in the house right now. Another nose ring. Another nose ring here.
One of the biggest problems I've noticed within the so-called black community is that, well, at least parts of the so-called black community, if you can even call it that, because it's become so fragmented and fractured. There are different value systems, which makes for different subsects. But one of the biggest problems I've noticed is how there is a celebration of criminality, a promotion of criminality, and at the very most neutral level, there's an empathizing or sympathizing with the criminals as opposed to those who are being violated. And this creates for larger problems. For example, in California, there were laws that were put into place which decriminalized a lot of these so-called petty crimes, which would have been felonies before. So all of a sudden, you could steal anything under $950 without any repercussions. It would be a slap on the wrist.
So if you can steal, do a lot of white people do that? If they make it a slap on the wrist, or do more Negroes start stealing? Think about it. Think about it. You call it your culture, your black culture. What's this garbage on the wall? That just looks like garbage. Do black folks have any taste in artwork? Or are they just pretentious?
More cases than not, you could just run up in a store, wipe the place out, run out, and nothing would actually happen. They wouldn't pursue the case. They wouldn't put any sort of resources behind it, etc. And so when you have these types of laws in place because of a government such as California's government, which is this woke, ideological, quote unquote, progressive, anti-racist government that is looking to sympathize with the quote unquote criminal, which is very offensive, mind you, especially to those who they are trying to quote unquote protect. They're saying, well, if you criminalize these things, then a lot of black people are going to be in jail, which is you basically saying that black people are criminals, right? That's inherently offensive. You're trying to protect them by decriminalizing, so you're actually stating that they are criminals. But I digress. The true issue that I see here is
they have a problem with it no matter how you treat their crime and how you treat them. It's always everyone else's fault. They can't take responsibility for their own behavior. They want to blame other people. Well, you're viewing us as criminals. Well, you're being criminals. That's the reason. That's the reason.
We then end up having a criminal culture where it's like back in the day, let's say even pre-Civil Rights Act. It was shameful to be a criminal. In the black community, if you were somebody who was running amok, you were ostracized. You were an outsider. It's like out of wedlock birth, right? Ostracized. These were taboos. To be a single mother or a single father, to not have a foundation in your household was looked down upon. Being on the welfare system was looked down upon. It's not to say that there weren't individuals who were parts of the system, or there weren't individuals who, were indeed living in such a way, or maybe because of circumstances, etc., they ended up in, having a single mother household, or ended up on the welfare system, whatever it may be. But that was not seen as a path that one would choose intentionally. Whereas now we've created a culture that celebrates these things. It pedestalizes. And how do I know they celebrate, or we have even allowed for the celebration? Look at hip hop. Look at rap, which is oftentimes called a huge part of black culture, right? We like to claim it and say, well, this was created by black folks. This is a black American thing. And so this is our thing. Okay, if you're going to claim it, then you have to take everything that comes with it. That's what comes with that, right? It's like if you're going to claim hillbilly culture or redneck culture, you got to claim everything that comes with it, all the degeneracy and everything else that's there. So when you look at quote unquote hip hop culture or rap culture, you can see that criminality is something that is promoted and celebrated. You have an individual who is locked up, and you have more of an emphasis to get that person out of prison and more of a celebration when they do come out of prison than a kid who is going into the university system, graduating, and actually doing something productive with their life. I've seen many of these cases where there are parties being had for dudes coming out of prison, but yet the little brother or the cousin or somebody else in the family who's doing right is not celebrated in the same way. And that's a true systemic problem, right? It's in the culture. It's baked into what the people have allowed as a value system. And that's why I always come back to this argument of this is not a conversation about racism or the lack thereof. There's always going to be those who are ignorant. There's always going to be those who are hateful, etc., right? But as far as what's actually holding the people back as a collective, it's about culture. It's about what is accepted. What are the norms within these households? That's why you can have, one group of immigrants who come into this country and they run amok. They run a damn fool in these streets. Then you have another group of people who come here and they create something for themselves. They're real quiet. They're in the cut. They build up what they got to build up. And in 1 or 2 generations, they've built up wealth. Right? Because they prioritize something different. Their culture has different norms. You go into Africa and go into some of these nations, there's going to be different personalities in every nation, and even, broken up into different regions. But you can go into one country and they might be destitute, poor, but yet the people have certain values. And so you're not going to get robbed. It's going to be safer than some of the wealthy places in another country, right? It's like you go to San Francisco. That is one of the wealthiest cities in America. Yet you don't feel safe in those streets half the time. Whereas you can go to, let's say, I was going to say Lagos, but I can't even speak of Lagos because that might be closer to San Francisco at this point in history. But you can go to a place like, let's say, Accra in Ghana, right, where I was about 3 years back. I was walking through those streets at 11, 12, sometimes close to 1 a.m. Just walking down, pick up food. They're still cooking, fried yam and all types of stuff like that. I would walk over to the spot as a foreigner, and I felt safe in those environments. Now, I'm not saying that everywhere is exactly like that, but it's to say that even in areas where you might find poverty, you don't necessarily find the link of criminality, because they're not interlinked in the way that we have been told. We've been told that poverty creates criminality. No, a culture that fosters or allows for criminality creates more criminality. When you have laws like the one in San Francisco, maybe you would have had 2 out of every 10 people who are actually going to steal, and suffer the actual repercussions of being locked up. When you decriminalize that, you now might have 5 out of 10 or 6 out of 10 individuals who are willing to steal and are okay with it because there's not going to be consequences. So you have emboldened another 4 individuals or 40% of people to go in there and steal. And maybe all you have left are, 4 to 5 people who just won't steal because that is their own moral compass. And so the more you promote, the more you allow for, the more you make it acceptable, because that's all culture really is. It's what is accepted within this culture. What are our norms? What are our customs? Right? What do we do? Who are we? How do we present ourselves to the world? That's why clothing and things of that nature are very closely associated with culture. When they talked about the sagging of the pants and how that was prison culture, representing something that a lot of these young boys would pull their pants up real quick if they actually understood what the hell that was signaling to the world. But these things, prison culture, gang culture, etc., became embedded into the mainstream culture. And it's problematic for all people. It doesn't matter what you look like. It's never been a racial thing. That's why I continue to bring up culture. We always want to point to race, but then if you just look at race alone, now you have to say, well, then
No, they never want to point to race. They always want to call it culture to avoid that it's race. It's racial. They want to point to culture. Culture and politics are downstream from race.
there's one race inferior to another because why is one race doing it more than everybody else? Why is there a usual suspect? We don't like to talk about this in public because we want to hide it. You want to hide your cousin. You want to hide your nephews. You want to hide whatever it is and the dysfunction that you're seeing on scale. But it's really not a race conversation. We got to let that aspect go and start to look at culture. What are we allowing ourselves to value? You know, people who don't hold the values of the hood, the values of the streets or whatever it may be, and they're black, they're going to move the hell up out those environments when they have enough resources every time. Like on, what was it, next Friday? I always said if I got me some money, I was going to stay in the hood. As soon as I got me some money, I was gone. Absolutely. Most people are going to leave those environments if they can, because those environments have now become like hotbeds of that culture, of that prison culture, of that gang culture, of a culture of degeneracy and toxicity. Again, I break the conversation apart from just merely race, because it's not a race thing. As we go into history, we see that those who had such cultures, the Italian Americans, etc., you know, at a certain point in American history, there was a huge criminal culture, a huge gang culture, mafioso culture, and that was now becoming a part of the norm. So being a certain way was being made okay. Whereas, you know, now these individuals, I guess, picked up, you know, certain customs that they're not necessarily the most problematic individuals. They're not the ones you got to look for, you know, at night. It's not the usual suspect is not it's not Lorenzo or Tony at this point. And it shouldn't be anybody, but unfortunately, we find more and more cases of individuals who look like us, who look like me, that are the usual suspect. Look, I'm not a sugarcoater by any means, by any stretch. And if you get offended by facts, that's between you and the donkey that you rode in on. But we have to be honest. Why is it that I'm on X and 7 out of the 10 people doing the most foolish stuff look like this? Because individuals within this space, within this demographic, have allowed for this to be okay within the culture. And so it pervades, it permeates. You start to identify with it. And we have to break apart from that. We have to fragment it. And I even say, you know, we have to separate ourselves from these individuals to begin with. That's self-preservation. You know, that's why also I uncoupled the aspect of it's just about race. And when you have that racist mindset, or that mindset that is fixated on race, you just think everything through the lens of race. So you think this.
He calls it a racist mindset to even look at race. Listen to this.
Well, white people are looking at me that way anyway. It's just about race. And when you have that racist mindset, or that mindset that is fixated on race, you just.
I think black people are far, far more fixated on race, far more racist, far more anti-white. A lot of them show it, and they're showing it more and more openly and brazenly now that they can get away with it. But some of them are losing their jobs over it, which is great. When they go on the internet and they're racist and violent, make violent threats, they should lose their jobs. Like the guy that had a $35 an hour job at Volkswagen, I think in the South in Tennessee or somewhere. He was saying some hateful, evil shit, violent shit. He got caught. Lost his job. Fantastic. Fire them.
Just think everything through the lens of race. So you think, well, white people are all looking at me that way anyway. Who told you that? Who told you that? Maybe you had experiences in your past, and so you project those onto everything else that happens, right? You see every slight as racism. You see everything that happens through the lens of racism. And I understand, trust me, trauma can stick. And if you do not deal with it in a healthy, productive way, if you don't boss up on that damn trauma, it will carry throughout your life.
Come on, nigga. You trying to be hood. You're not hood. They'd laugh at you in the hood. That's the reality. They'd laugh at you. They'd laugh at you. They'd laugh at you. That's the reality. They'd fucking laugh at you. They wouldn't take you seriously, nigga. Nigga, nigga. So this is Mushroom Lyote giving some toys to its dogs. Beautiful dog, but I don't like the owner. I don't like the stinky owner. The stinky weirdo, narcissistic, abusive, psycho owner. I don't like them. I don't like the owner. The owner's creepy. The owner's a real creep. Real creepy creature. A confused, creepy creature. Real weirdo. Real psycho.
So some of the first beings that I channeled were Ra and Thoth. They're super, super, super ancient.
Look at the eyes on this woman. This psychic says an alien parade is coming. Look at the eyes. Look at the eyes on this thing. You're going to learn one way or the other. You don't have to believe me. That's the beauty of what I do on my channel. You don't have to believe it. I'm showing you the truth. You can reject it. You can ignore it. You can pretend it doesn't exist. And it's coming for you eventually. You're going to get that rude awakening when you see that you're in a realm of demonic entities. It's fucking coming for you one day. You can deny it all you want. You can deny it all you want. You can laugh it off and say, oh, Stephen's crazy. He's not speaking truth. He's whatever these demons call him in their smear campaigns. But these creatures are going to surround you. And when you call it for help, I'm going to say, I don't know you. Who are you? You weren't on my team. You were against me your whole lifetime. I'm not rescuing you. You're with the demons. You believed them the whole time. You stood with them. You smear campaigned me. You character assassinated me. You lied about me. You slandered me for years. I don't know you. I'm not helping you. I'll let the demons feast on you and devour you because you're protecting them here in this life. You're choosing that. You're not choosing wisely. You're choosing Team Evil. So fuck you. Fuck you. You don't have to believe me. It's coming.
Old creator beings. They talk about attacks coming to the United States. They talked about last year a breakdown in the music industry. We saw that with, one person in particularly who really was, his parties were revealed. That's scratching the surface, Yannicka, of what's actually happening. We don't see any of that. Those are the people that run our world. That's what I'm talking about. I was afraid, Yannicka, to put myself out there with these premonitions. In 2020, I had visions. I had downloads. I saw all
Visions and downloads from entities, downloads, and pushing the alien agenda, this psychic. She calls herself a psychic. These demons are coming for you. Some of you have chosen the wrong side. You're choosing poorly. You're choosing evil. And I will stand against you. I won't have any sympathy on you. I've warned you hundreds of times here. You'll have no excuses. You won't be able to say, Stephen, I didn't know. You didn't tell me. You didn't warn me. No, you have no excuses now. I've removed those from you because I know the way most of you behave in this realm. You're full of fucking excuses. You never say, I chose wrong. I was on the wrong side. I didn't know. I believed lies about you, Stephen. Most of you are following evil that lurk all over YouTube. And you're going to learn. You're going to learn spiritually. When this war comes, and it's coming, you're going to be on the wrong side. And there's going to be fury against you and judgment and eternal consequences for what you've fucking done. Some of you don't care how much they've tried to attack and hurt me and my family and lie about me and make death threats and say sick things and lies and slander. A lot of you don't care. You will pay for that. You're going to be judged for what you've done for once. And I know it's what you fear. You want no judgment. You're going to be judged. I guarantee it.
Of these things that are coming to our planet in the future. I don't know when. I just know that they're the future. I've seen things like tectonic plates shifting. I had dreams of tsunamis over and over and over again. Because when the shifts happen, when these changes come to our planet, and
It's not a planet. It's not a planet. But they give you downloads and you just believe it. That's what you do. You're a gullible woman. And you've got the eyes of a demon. Do most see it in this realm? No, of course not. Most of you humans can't see shit. The ones that call themselves humans, that identify as humans. You are whatever you're told, that you believe whatever you're told. You believe that you're humans. You believe this is a planet. You believe that there's aliens. Whatever they put out there to fuck your minds, you say, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. More, please. More. Give me more lies. Because you're on board with demonic lies. You don't want the truth. You're not like me. And when they lie about me, you repeat the lies. You mindlessly, you don't question it. You don't investigate. You just repeat the lies said about me. Fuck you. I'm going to judge you. I'm going to judge you spiritually. I'm going to look at you and all that you've said and done and judge you. I will judge you. And you will see.
changes come to our planet, and they're here now. But higher, fearful, lower density, lower vibrational experiences, you're going to be able to rise above it. You're not going to be swept up in it. They want to help us navigate through it. They don't want to help us by saying prepare. That's not what it's about. It's about raising your individual frequency so that you are in a position.
They never say how to do that or what frequency. They just say, it's just nonsense. It's vague, empty, new age programming. And people love this shit. They love shit in this realm. And a lot of you loved shit before you came to my channel. I'm not saying it to shame you. I'm saying it because I see it. And it's good to admit to things.
To ascend easier.
There's not going to be any ascension. This is an alien entity agenda. It's fake. New age agenda. This is just garbage. Even the fucking logo here and this star symbol.
Pamela Downs, a warm welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you so much, Yannicka. I'm so excited to be here and finally having this conversation with you today. Thank you for having me.
Of course, I'm really looking forward to hear your wisdom today. You are a spiritual guide. You are...
Wisdom, how so? Why do her eyes look like they're the eyes of an entity?
channeling the Council of Light.
She's channeling the Council of Light, some entities. I knew it. That's where the downloads come from. Entities that she doesn't know jack shit about. But she channels them. And they program her mind. And they use her as a puppet, a mouthpiece. She loves it. She feels wise. She feels enlightened.
You are the founder of Spirit Calling. You are a podcaster yourself. And you sort of just came out of the spiritual closet. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it's true. It sounds so funny when we say that she came out of the spiritual closet, but it's true. And everyone who hears my story, they kind of laugh because my big reveal was on Next Level Soul podcast with Alex Ferrari, and he said, Pamela, tell me when you came out of the closet. And I was like, Alex, I think I don't know if I came out of the closet. He's like, I got news for you. You're out of the closet now. So yeah, it was in 2024, in December of 2024. Exciting
Yeah,
times. Mhm.
that's quite recent. And now I've looked at your YouTube channel, and you're bringing out messages pretty courageously, I got to say, with
Yeah.
predictions and things that are coming. And we might get into.
All right, I might return to this a little bit later. I might return to this, but I'm going to give you a few updates while we're going here. Where's Humpty Dumpty, Matt McKinley, Quantum of Con Man? Oh, here he is. Oh my goodness, what's wrong? Matt, you thought that you had it all figured out, your health. Matt.
Hey guys, it's Matt. As you can see, I'm in the hospital. I have a blood clot in my lung. It was life-saving for me to go in, no doubt about it. They're not overly concerned about it this time. Blood thinners, oral blood thinners, you know, few months of that stuff. But it was after I made the video on Tuesday, kind of checking in with you guys, I felt pretty good. I got hit that night with again, just stabbing pain, absolute torture. And the blood work came back from the doctor the next morning, and he said, there's things on the blood work that looks bad. You need to go in the ER immediately. I was waiting for the doctor to say that, and he did. So I went, and yeah, I'd be dead in a few months if I didn't go in. So this was necessary. I'm sure how many hundreds of people are going to say, and I'll look to the comments to delete them.
He's worried about what people will say in the comments on his channel. That's how fucked up he is. He had a blood clot in his lungs, and he's more worried about what idiots will say in the comments. Look at the dummies in the comments here. This is low level channel. Just morons. But that's what populates this earth.
Them from the channel that, oh, he rented, he lied, he rented. I'll look to the comments so this was necessary. I'm sure how many hundreds of people are going to say, and I'll look to the comments to delete them from the channel that, oh, he rented, he lied, he rented the action Jacksonation, he rented it. I didn't rent it. I think it was from the stove. I really think it all stems from bad practices with the stove. Although people here don't believe that there could be a correlation. Anyway, I'm feeling better. I just have to stay in here with the ER 3 days for the, they give you the injection of the blood thinners, and then I go on orals. So hope to be back soon, maybe Saturday or maybe Sunday. Just want to catch up with you guys, and yeah, it was. Maybe I should have gone in a little bit sooner. Thanks, guys.
I wonder how Matt's filming this video, though. He's not at home. I wonder how he filmed this video because he doesn't have a smartphone. Who filmed the video for you, Matt, to post on the internet? How'd you make this video from your hospital bed? Interesting.
Guys.
Wonder how Matt made the video. Anyway, that's an update on Humpty Dumpty. It's an update. You like that, everyone? Does anybody like that? Update. Humpty Dumpty. We have 19 people tuned in right now. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to take you on a little tour here. Let's see. Over here. Over here. When you demons, munchkin cells, losers obsess over me, I live rent free in your heads. Burn the demons. Hashtag winning crown emoji. I'm going to give that a like. Give this stuff a like when you see it. Archaics. I tagged Archaics. Hey, Jason B. I didn't even call him Braziers. I was tempted to. I actually typed it and I backspaced and just put Jason B, trying to get him to come over to my channel. So I thought, yeah, if I call him Braziers, he might start crying or something and not like it and not come over here. So I wrote, hey, Jason B, and I tagged him. You like to talk about Stephen Killeen from the Sanity Machine. Why don't you come on live here and talk about your theories and your life story? I put life story instead of, his felony crimes. His sex offender crimes is what I'm getting at. I put your life story. I tried to put it delicately so he doesn't get too upset and start crying. My audience would be interested, and it would be good to see you man up and answer some questions. Or can you only talk about people, I meant to say from, but I mistyped that, form a safe distance. Man up, Jason. Come on here. I'll correct that right now. Or can you only talk about people from a safe distance? Man up, Jason. Come on here live and talk on my show with an audience. Lots are curious and have questions. So when some dummies on my channel say, well, of course they're not going to come on here. They don't know about you or your channel. They've been tagged and invited many times. Some of you are defending cowardly demons. And you will be judged on that. You will be. I hope you enjoy it. I tagged Tony Sayers at Tony Sayers. Are you interested in coming on live here as a guest and having a talk about the reincarnation soul trick? Tony. Come on, Tony. Come on here. I also tagged Dan the S-Man at Overwatch Project. Hey, Dan, why don't you come on over to my channel and have a talk live sometime as my guest? I'd love to have you on my show to discuss, quote, the reincarnation soul trick / trap topic and more. Are you interested? Don't be afraid, Dan. We're intelligent truth seekers over here. Cheers. So I show you this so that some of you get it through your heads that I'm not afraid of them. They're afraid of me. Some of you have things warped and twisted. Some of you dummies that lurk on my channel, you're on Team Evil. And you will be judged. I can promise you that. You will be judged. Because you're following liars, you're following demons, you're following Team Evil. You deserve to be judged. You deserve the judgment that is coming your way. There's Jackie Fox over there hanging out where she fits in. This is at her level. OTW and Tommy Shit Show. This is where Jackie Fox belongs, and Mindful Exposures, and Stephen Gavin. All these creeps are over there. She fits in with them, and that Chris dummy that always says, Stephen, A lot of misfits and weirdos, low IQers, degenerates, druggies, idiots. There's 5-speed over there. All the audience over there is just shit. They're absolute shit. That's what they are.
Man, I caught some. If I could have caught some of those in clips, I got enough on him already. No, OTW is absolute garbage, CRG. You don't have to worry about him. I'm letting him do the duty of keeping all those people over there on his panel that don't need to be anywhere else. We've got attention-seeking punching down channel again. Hello, King Steven.
That's bullshit, that intro. Hello, Jack. What's up?
We're all what?
What's up,
We're
Jack?
all what? What's your name? Oh, I'm not
You're
Jack.
all
I'm
losers.
waiting for Jack.
I said,
not a
hello,
loser.
Jack. Hello, Jack.
Yeah, Jack's
You are a
not here,
loser.
man.
You are Jack,
How am
and
I
you
a
are a
loser?
loser. You're the same as
Oh,
Jack.
I'm definitely not Jack.
You're
See,
the
if I'm
same
not
as
a
Jack.
loser, I'm not Jack. All right.
You are.
If you say so. Well, my problem with OTW is he slandered Zetetic Warrior for betaing up to Paul, and then proceeded to do it worse. And it's like I said with Jack. Jack kind of gets it worse from me because he watched how I handled Paul, and now Jack's being the same thing. And it's like, you watched it, you know. Great. It's like Judas was one of Jesus' closest apostles, and he sold him out. Like, he was almost the right hand apostle. He also handled Paul. Anyway, I'm hoping these guys that we watched review my what I didn't know was on TikTok. One of the first things I want to stress to anybody that ever watches, I don't TikTok. I'm in my fucking 40s, and I want to explain everything those guys had a problem with and the details they're lacking. I'm humble yoga you don't have to just blow up the hell fight like that angry Canadian that's probably gonna stop in once the show now, because he's not part of this community that he consistently stays in. The channel's up. Who? Oh no, he's not disabled. He's Canadian, and he thinks up. Who? Oh no, he's not disabled. He's Canadian, and I want to explain everything those guys had a problem with and the details they're lacking. Because I'm a humble Panelverse president. We don't have to just blow up into mouth fights like that angry Canadian that's probably going to stop in once the show now, because he's not part of this community that he consistently stays in. The channel's up. Who? Oh no, he's not disabled. He's Canadian, and he thinks a lot of internet YouTube things. And while we wait for these guys, and just for my own credibility, where's he go? There we go. See, one of them stopped in. I'm not saying he's not going to show off, but it was good to see he's at least notified he was tagged and things. Sometimes I don't get that till like a day after I've been tagged. Jack was over getting his verbal hand jobs in with Gen X Jeff. Gen X Jeff wouldn't bring me up. He's like, not while Jack's up. I'm like, I could rip Jack on my channel. Why would I rip him here? Mike was in the chat saying, let me up, let me talk to him. It's like, Mike, you had Jack's whole show pretty much. And then if we don't get Jack or these guys, we'll just typical open couch panel, see how long it goes. Oh, he's still going to take the streams down. Oh, that's what I wanted to clip. Further proof of TBE's cowardice is he had mentioned, and I didn't get to clip it, he said he's going to post videos he's making of things on other channels. Like, oh, good. That's real stand-up, because you're really, oh, okay, there's Benjamin. What was that? He's... Who else said they were doing this, too? I've been pro CRG. You don't have to worry about him. I'm letting him do the duty of keeping all those people over there on his panel that don't need to be anywhere else. See what... We've got attention-seeking, punching down channel again. Hello, King Steven.
That's bullshit, that intro. Hello, Jack. What's up?
We're all what?
What's up,
We're
Jack?
all what? What's your name? Oh, I'm not
You're
Jack.
all
I'm
losers.
waiting for Jack.
I said,
not a
hello,
loser.
Jack. Hello, Jack.
Yeah, Jack's
You are a
not
loser.
here, man.
You are Jack,
How am
and
I
you
a
are a
loser?
loser. You're the same as
Oh,
Jack.
I'm definitely not Jack.
You're
See,
the
if I'm
same
not
as
a
Jack.
loser, I'm not Jack. All right,
You are.
if you say so. Well, my problem with OTW is he slandered Zetetic Warrior for betaing up to Paul, and then proceeded to do it worse. And it's like I said with Jack. Jack kind of gets it worse from me because he watched how I handled Paul, and now Jack's being the same thing. And narcissist sociopaths in the future. It's happy, you know. But deliberating Dogface, personally,
Sarah Tomatoes channel, and I feel like at least visually I didn't do well with the debate, but we definitely had the better position. Their position was fucking retarded. It's absolutely about presentation, about how you word things, and that's part of the trick. And if you want to get good at that, you got to go take the licks, and I'm fine with that too. I know I'm going to get my ass beat occasionally. I'm not an expert at this. Never claimed to be. I was a presenter for years. Like my channel, my YouTube's tiny compared, because we all got booted. I was one of the first anti. Jibby jab, the cove, that type of thing. And I was on the big viral video that fucking came out right at the beginning of that. Even David Icke and all them reposted it. And every one of us lost our fucking channels. And
that reminds me while you mentioned that. I think you guys also commented on my full vocabulary. I'm not racist. I have black, gay, alphabet friends, all the things. On this channel, because you mentioned like the losing channel, the shadow banning and stuff, over here we do free up the vocabulary for comedy or to be able to say all the words to get our points across. A lot of channels are triggered by that. It's not about aiming the N-word at black people or the kike at Rose or anything like that. It's just free to say without that stress or anxiety. And just to take the Liberating's comment down so I can answer it, my expertise, I know electric, solar. I've done a lot of hats. Like I'm a Sigma INFJ. I've worn a lot of hats in life, but a service I would like to offer to his channel, your channel, and everybody as Panelverse president, I don't pride myself as much of a debater as much as I like to take two people's issues and mediate and do like the fairest, most unbiased mediation I can do to help them get to that truth rather than have them debate and win. Help them see as they work it out who's wrong where, who's right where, and hopefully a resolution. And I like to do it with people. I like to do it with people that people would expect me to be biased toward, like Jack, so I can show that I still won't even be biased in that mediation because I actually don't like anyone very much. I love them all, but I don't like any of them.
That's from my experience. Hey, for that question for me, I'm like Tommy, not so much.
Testing, check, mic check.
Mark.
See if he brings me on.
In the next life.
I'm not a particularly war person. If I have to, I do. I did 6 years in the Army. If I have to fight, I do. But there definitely hasn't been any war anytime recently that is like some type of a meaningful thing where I would have been like, yeah, I want a piece of that.
Right.
Johnny, if I can't drop it in the chat, I'll just put it in the description of the video when we're done.
It's in the topic. It's in the video.
Oh yeah, I did add him already. Yeah, I added him. I added both channels in the title. I'm fucking retarded. It's retarded. I'm retarded. King Steven's in the back. I think King Steven probably wants to come up in our community that he's a part of, and he probably wants to cry that you and I are alike, Jack. But I think I could do way more methamphetamine than you, even though I'm not in my prime of meth use. I think I do way more meth than you, Jack. Do you want him up?
Oh, it's your show. I'm here for you, my friend.
I know you don't tell me what to do. You don't tell me what to do. I'll let him embarrass himself.
Yeah.
Well, you
Hey,
all go
Jack
ahead and
and
have
Jack.
that argument. I'm going to take that as my signal to bow out. I don't do such things. So I don't really have a dog in this fight. I'm a deliberating dog.
Ben,
Leave then.
dog.
Leave.
You're always welcome, Ben. And and if you hear anybody like, hey, the guy's crazy, say, yeah, he's crazy. You should have him on your show.
Goodbye.
Thank you for explaining. Listen to
Yeah,
this dumb
thank you
fucker.
so much.
Like
so
anybody gives a
And
fuck.
if you guys do any crypto stuff, if you do any crypto
Over
stuff,
there acting all
if you
cocky.
do any,
What a dipshit.
if you do any, if you do any, hold on, I gotta take this.
I always love these little bitches.
If you do any stock, if you do any stock or crypto streams, hit me up. As far as dog face, I doubt you're right.
I'm an off-grid homesteader. You buy land, not
talk
computer
and talk.
coins. That's like
Yeah.
Beanie Babies
Okay,
for
I
the
have
computer.
Cowards.
I have 10 acres on the Rio Grande in southern Colorado. Hit me up on your channel for that. But I assume maybe deliberating might do some stuff like that. The third guy that was with you that I don't know, you guys seem like you might have some techie stuff too. Yeah, I don't know.
Marcus is very techy. That's why he handles the all the tech stuff. I'm no good at that. Even when I had my own show, like I always had a producer and people that took care of all that shit. I just stood there and talked. I don't know how to do any of that.
That's what I want.
So I'm not going to even pretend like I do. And I don't. To me, that there's nothing, absolutely nothing backing those computer coins. If they want to crash that whole system, they'll do it tomorrow, and then there's going to be nothing worth anything. But
Here's
my
the
land,
thing. The
screaming,
future,
that's money.
the future world reserve currency is XRP. It's going to put us back on the gold standard, and it's going to tokenize all the world's value, and that will be the foundation for the
You know
market.
what gold's worth right now? You can just go pull out of the river. You know what that's worth right now? $3,500 a fucking ounce. That's real. That's real. I can walk into any place, any city in this country and trade this for real things. Them digital Beanie Babies.
Right.
That's not.
But they're reevaluating gold as they switch us to this digital gold standard. Yeah.
But any time in history, I would have taken that gold and traded it in for real stuff and got groceries and a place to stay, a shower. At any time in history, that your digital Beanie Babies out here in the mountains don't mean nothing.
Except they're going to remove cash from our society in our lifetime.
Well, I don't hold cash. I own acres. I have cows. I have gold. I have things that are worth real value. And guess what? No matter what the system changes to, it could change to a fucking dinar. It could change to an XRP or what was the one with the dog, the Beanie Weenie thing? I don't fucking know. You can change it to whatever the fuck you want. This is still worth the same value. My cows are still worth the same. That stuff has real value. It'll be
tokenized, and then that's like, trust me, man, I'm not saying I'm happy about it. I've been warning my channels and communities, like, this is how they're doing it. This is the last move to where they have us all under some kind of finger, because we'll all be on that digital currency.
They can turn your wallet off at any point in time. PayPal already did this shit. Freeman Fly basically got out of the game because he lost half his paid subs because of that bullshit PayPal did. And everybody forgot about that. Elon Musk, great now.
I didn't forget. Well, Elon probably wasn't involved anymore. He sold PayPal off before he even got his hair back. But there's a way. The people that are going to be fucked are the people on CBDCs. The only way I think you can keep the government out of your money is if you own crypto now on a cold storage wallet. Mine even requires my thumbprint. That's what they can't touch. And that's what I've been warning people. If you wait to be on CBDCs, yeah, they'll have a carrot on a string, or they'll do like what I wonder, if you see what they went through to make us stay home and try to get us to take a jab, imagine what they might pull on us to make us accept going cashless. It might be a big carrot on a string. It might be a big knife in our back. I don't know, but they're going to do some kind of black swan or white swan or ice 9.
That's why you invest in things that have innate value, real value. No matter what money system it is, a cow, people like eating cows. They like drinking milk. Cheese is like addictive as hell. That's a drug. It should be like its own food group.
Jesus ate baby lamb, and Jack thinks he was a hippie that opposed blood sacrifice. But what I'm saying is cows are value, land is value. That's not liquidity of like public transaction in the day-to-day, hey, give me a burger or I need some Band-Aids or whatever. That's how they're going to get us.
Any day. I can trade that gold in any day.
For digital currency. Because there's places, there's malls on the east.
But I need to buy whatever it is in the store.
There's malls on the east.
Worry about the fucking the shakeup of all this nonsense that's happening, where the values of all these things that have no actual backing, that's just magic money, all these things.
It will be backed by gold. It will be backed by gold because the way they're going to entice people is this is instant liquidity. So classically, when we all had to wait 2 weeks to get paid, now in this system, if your boss wants to, you could in essence get paid after every shift because liquidity will move within seconds. So yeah, those cows can be tokenized, but there's
advantage.
Huh?
How's that some giant advantage? What are you, a fucking day worker?
No, I'm saying that's one of many effects that'll change. Like you and I could send, like if you were over in like Australia right now, I could send you money.
To the day work place if I wanted. Like you see all kinds of people do that kind of shit. There's already that day work place you see people going to.
Yeah, it'll be for digital currency. I'm saying they're going to remove cash because there's even malls right now that if you try and pay cash, they'll be like, that's a Visa card machine. That's a Visa card machine right there. You got to put your cash in that and bring the Visa card up here and we'll ring you out. Like they're already doing that. Like they're going to get rid of cash on us.
You go to
just
malls?
Various stores. What?
You go to malls?
Maybe to get this leather jacket airbrushed, but I'm saying it's already in some malls. I'm trying to tell you it's coming. They're rolling it out.
I'm aware that they're changing the currency, that they've been crashing the dollar for some time.
Okay.
So why I'm
and then the new dollar,
why you would try and play the game?
No, I'll play the game until they require a heavy metal tattoo to buy and sell. And that's when I want to number one, be the richest guy to be voluntarily living outside. And I want to be one of the richest guys to not take the mark of the beast. If you believe that stuff. But what you're going to be surprised at, what I'm trying to tell you to prepare for, among other viewers and listeners, what you need to prepare for is they're funneling us into the game. Like, you will play or you'll just live off the land and your cows. And that's fine too. But
yeah, that's called self-sufficiency.
This is the move.
This is what we used to always do. All of us.
I agree. And we have to. We can acknowledge.
Your religion, I know, is about other stuff, but mine's very much about self-sufficiency. Like, you need to be able to take care of yourself. You're better off.
I grew up in West Virginia, and what I'm saying is we as a society first need to recognize we did get away from self-sufficiency because of knee rubs and fireplaces we can sit in front of, Jack, and realize, oh, I've had too many people covering my shit. I need to learn where that comes from and get it myself. Yeah, I agree. But it's going to be hard because they will funnel us into that game faster than anybody thinks. Just saying, don't shoot the messenger.
It's going to take a lot longer than what you're thinking.
That's what everybody thinks as they're ramping it up. They used to be saying 2030. Now it's all like, watch what XRP does before this year's over. Like they just...
Elon Musk's dad was the head of a technocrat group, and he out of Canada, and they've been trying to push this since back in the 60s, and they thought that they were going to succeed forever ago. Americans fight.
Ripple.net.
That's what we do.
Ripple.net was invented by a guy in the bloodline of bankers that goes back to the 1600s, and I'm showing that on my channel. So it's not an issue. They don't have to rush. This has been a slow tide of the beast system in the world that's handed to Lucifer, but you're going to be surprised what bills just got signed in over crypto and how fast this stuff's going to start moving. I'm glad you were here early enough.
I see what Trump's doing.
Because the SEC case against Ripple,
Because
that was
I
all
don't
theater.
join in on it doesn't mean I don't see it.
Well, I'm trying to give you more details.
Is buy more land, buy more things that are make me self-sufficient. So no matter what happens when they crash the system, I'm okay. We're gonna keep eating. Like when everybody else is freaking out about eggs and the price of eggs. Do you want duck eggs? Do you want turkey eggs? Do you want chicken eggs? I even got peacock eggs right now. Fucking, I wouldn't eat one. Peacocks are worth way too much.
I agree. Are you keeping up with all the legislation to slowly squeeze us out of rural type living?
Oh yeah. In California, they're trying to make a thing where you can only have one rooster for every 2 acres or something like that. Fortunately, we have a lot of fucking acres and enough of the bobcats get the roosters that it's not a problem.
They're taking a lot of things that used to be over the counter for your animals, and now they're saying you need a vet prescription for it. Like they're covering all the bases, yeah.
Yeah, you got to go out and get a bunch of meds for sure. You can get them mailed.
You said you're in California.
You just can't get them in the store. You can get everything mailed, and it's a dumb.
You said you're in California, right?
Yeah. What's that?
You said you're in California, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you know how they have you guys on like tap water is the recycled sewage water?
I live off grid, bro. I have a.
Okay, man. I'm not trying to prove a thing about you.
That's some cities, and when you drive up in those cities, it says it on the city sign. It says it. It's like we recycle water. You're like not drinking water here.
Right, so you're acknowledging that they do that. In Colorado, our water has always been pristine because our public water comes from the snow runoff of the mountains, and they're just irrelevantly going to switch us to recycled sewage water. So they just, and allegedly there's
part of that to deal with the sewage is my question also. Then, because like you look at the Bay,
sewage,
the Bay, San Diego, all those monster cities, they all have huge sewage problems where they can't deal with their fucking sewage. Where to put it?
Well, I don't think the problem of sewage is having us drink it. They're filtering and clearing it. It's like whatever you're doing with the sewage, it doesn't have to be made into drinking water to deal with it because that sewage part is still being somewhat separated. But I think they're trying to deal with the sewage, if you mean the population they know they no longer need, as these 3 different company robots are indeed going to be doing humanoid stuff, and they can let a lot of us die off or initiate it to happen. Real talk.
There's a lot of. Am I worried about a robot replacing humans? Like they're so those you've watched the videos, the ones that they even have to AI the videos up to try and make them look decent. Those robots are not capable of replacing what a human being can do. They can do singular jobs, like singular little things.
That can replace a lot. Tesla already has robots sorting their batteries in the factories. And that's it. And some of the fastest jobs that'll go are the ones covered by AI, like Walmart.
Your skill set battery sorting? That's a skill set?
No, see, Ben, this is where your Viking is kicking in. I'm talking a much broader picture, and I'm trying to show you, like, this is just, like, remember when crap smartphones came out, and now I'm hosting a panel on a smartphone not 10 years later?
I don't.
Like, I'm saying the advancement will be exponentially timed. And I'm not saying I'm scared. I'm ready to die.
But I'm saying everyone should be aware of these things. That's why we talk about them. I want to be down on my land before long as well. That's why I'm kind of preluding it out here in the city, and then eventually transition into, now I'm not even in the city, I'm Tom versus Wild. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, then you got it. That the one product that Elon Musk makes that's good, that's worth a shit. Starlink. That Starlink is badass.
Those cars are great too. Those are the only cars.
Fine. They're garbage. That's hot garbage.
The only thing that are respectfully, the only thing that are wrong with Tesla cars are the minor things that car companies know from decades of car production. Like the Cybertruck is badass, but then you can peel the trim off because they don't realize, hey, you made a badass electric motored truck, but the trim can't just be glued on. So they'll come along with that stuff. But Teslas are the only
cars. It's so fucking heavy that it burns through tires without carrying a load in like 9,000 miles, that the battery is complete garbage, that the thing can't actually go off-road at all. Like, I love the fucking videos where they proudly show them crossing like a 2-inch creek. Like, that thing would never make it to my house. It would get gutted before it ever got up before it got even close to my place.
Watch the Whistling Dixie
right over it.
Watch the Whistling Dixie stream where he puts a Cybertruck through hell. It's very impressive. But those cars are the only automobiles that actually improve after you've owned it, because they update with the
why would you want something that is updatable? Like, this is insane. You're trying to live under a bridge and be on your own land, but you're talking about having computer beanie babies for money and fucking having an updatable car. I got a 7.3 liter diesel with no computer, and you know how easy it is to make diesel? Like, and you know diesel will run off of basically any oil. I could strain out fucking motor oil and that truck will go.
I know. I don't think you're delving or giving me the credit of the separation of, like, I've said many times on this panel, I would love to have a Tesla that has all the makings except the self-driving and the ability to, like, drive back to the dealership or be locked or shut down by cops. But electric vehicles themselves go back as long as gas engines, and that we have the technology now to have great electric vehicles that could be man-controlled. And the XRP would be the perfect free man's digital money if not utilized by our tyrannical big brother. Over on this channel, we speak for ourselves. We don't imply things. We go ahead and grind it out. You should remember that too, Jack. But yes, I'm looking to do the best of both worlds. I'm looking to do the best of both worlds. I live outside on purpose. I want to eventually live on my land and be the most high-tech outdoorsman that I can be. Yes, that is what I'm trying to do. Praise God.
You know, off grid, you basically got to be a Luddite.
What's that?
Where you are pretty much have no tech, as anti-tech, as low tech as possible. Nothing keeps working off grid. Nothing. Except for the just handmade tools. It's the way it goes. Like when I go to shear my fucking alpacas, tomorrow,
yeah,
what do they get sheared with? Oh, good old.
I hear you. Hey, I know all about 2 is 1, 1 is none. But I'm saying what you're talking about, I agree if it was total collapse. But when I live off grid, I'm not separating from society. I'll go get parts. I'll fix things. And even here in this city, currently I can microwave and make ice with the power of the sun. I just can't do both at the same time.
Things? You microwave your food?
Sometimes. Why?
Holy shit! The hell is
What's your problem with microwave? What's wrong with microwaving?
Even back in the fucking 90s when I was a 17-year-old, the Army taught us that. Like, don't ever microwave your food. It's not even edible after that. You might as well go out and eat out of a fucking dumpster.
I don't think I'm communicating properly, as I've been accused of doing. What is the issue with microwaving?
It destroys your food. There's no nutritional value left to you after the fact. You might as well eat cardboard if you're just pumping stuff into your stomach.
Maybe most of the food designed for microwaves, like TV dinners and stuff, are already not nutritious. But all microwaves are doing to heat your food is exciting the water particles in the food. So it's
Destroying them from the inside out.
It's not destroying the nutrients or the proteins or carbs or anything. It's just heating it by making the water molecules heat up, bounce around. That's all it is. But I do sometimes heat things with a burn, like fire burner stuff. But solar power can power my ice maker and my microwave and stuff. And I mean, if I'm gonna worry about Jack, I think that's weaponized laughter.
That's you should check out some off-grid living sometime. You don't get what kind of a fucking bank you would have to be running a microwave in a fucking ice maker and shit like that. Holy shit.
I just said I do it. I just told you I have a college degree in renewable energy. I've done electric. I've done many hats in this world, and I just told you I already do a microwave and an ice maker with the solar power. I just can't do them both at the same time.
How do you? So what? You run an ice maker all day just off one set of just off your solar panel, just an ice maker?
No, I only run either when I'm using them.
Well, an ice
I don't
maker
run anything all day.
immediately. If you don't have an ice maker on, it doesn't just spit ice out like in half a second. It's got to make it. It freezes.
It takes like 3 minutes. It takes like 3 minutes. It's impressive. Rose gave it to me because she got an even better one.
Rose, what did you give him?
An ice maker. Whenever you were at her house, did she have an ice maker by her bed?
I did not go around inspecting her room and the items in it. It's just I couldn't
lucky. I had to be her fucking caregiver. I had to assist caregiver, but I was happy to do it. Yeah, she has this personal ice maker. They sell them at Walmart. They make a batch of ice really fast, and I've looked up under it. I like how it works. It's just like these ice-shaped bars that are just streaming so much coolant or whatever through it that the water is freezing around it till they're ice cubes. Then it drops them out, scoops them in. Doesn't take long at all. Doesn't use as much power. It's only the microwave I really have to monitor. And I mostly only use that for like coffee.
For power. Yeah.
Yeah, and only a 1500 watt bank with 600 watt panels is more than enough. Like I said, I just have to be logical of when I use what. Like I wouldn't sit and microwave all night, but in the daytime when I'm still charging actively and it's charged, yeah, it's no problem.
You guys look so healthy.
How many panels? I've got 42 panels, and I don't run shit like that.
Yeah, and I mean,
yeah,
I used to sit in my RV.
42 300 watt panels, and we don't run shit like that.
You guys look so
right,
healthy.
and mine is I could have carried my solar system here because it's the one from my RV. It's all condensed. The inverter and the batteries are all one carry thing, and it's 3 200 watt panels because it's max 600 watt input. And my panels are floppy, and you can run over them with your F-150. It's fun.
What's up, Jack?
I don't know why Talcott. Why is Talcott Shorts laughing at a bachelor's degree I didn't claim when Jack has no college education but still claims an education? I'll cite my favorite Sam Hyde skit. Listen, Talcott Shorts, I have an associate's degree, and that's more than any host that comes at me will ever have. And I didn't need the associate's degree to run fucking mental circles around them. Your Talcott Shorts collection. Who the fuck do you think you are? And kindly capitalize that G unless you're actually embodying Jack and his Antichrist nature.
You're the Antichrist.
Steven, did you say something? Huh?
I didn't know he was the Antichrist also. I get called the Antichrist a lot when I speak.
you can be a Antichrist and then there's the Antichrist. It's the same reason that Lucifer is a morning star, but Christ is the morning star. And Jack won't tell you that, even though he thinks he understands the Bible.
Praise God.
Good times.
That's blasphemy. It's blasphemy the way you deflect with it.
Gentlemen, have a good night.
What God are you praising? You were
Yeah, you
leaving
too,
for half an hour ago. Goodbye.
Yeah, but he kept you shut up. Stephen, Ben occasionally over talking me was still a better guest
yeah.
than what you're trying to do up here.
Yeah. What's up, Jack and Jack? What's
You
up?
You just can't quit this community, can you?
What's up, Jack and Jack? Tommy,
It's
I
not gonna
enjoy.
fly, Steve.
Tommy, I enjoy your meth rants. Yes, it is. You guys are the same. Tommy equals Jack. You both backstage. You behave
No,
the
actually,
same way.
you
both get angry.
because
you both
of what
interrupt. You both cry. You both cry. You both talk.
Oh,
over.
you're not interrupting.
You're both
You don't interrupt.
insecure.
You're not crying.
You're both insecure. I don't cry.
No, I'm
You
very
cry.
secure.
You cry on streams. I was showing it
Oh,
the other
you
night.
do.
You were crying. You cried, Tommy.
No, I haven't
I do
cried
enjoy
since
your meth
my dog
rants,
died.
though. No, you cried the other day on your live.
Wait, are you going full zebra right now? Are you
streamed
claiming I'm actively doing the?
Everybody on my streams.
Oh, I know you do. That's all you do because
You're lying right now, dude.
a part of this.
You're a liar.
He's
You're
wrong.
Jack.
Are you
Your name is Jack.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Jack
I don't
and
do the
Jack.
hypocrisy thing. I let Ben overtalk me because I was respectfully requesting him in another channel here. I wanted to be a respectful host, especially for first time. You are fucking desperate.
I won. He kicked me off his shit show. He's just like Jack. He's the same. What's the difference? They're both cowards. They're the same. I want people to start calling Tommy Jack. They're the same. He kicked me off. They're the same. There's no difference.
No, you're not on.
And Jack,
You just
what's
can't.
up?
You just can't. 150 is also fun.
What's up, Jack?
I don't know why
and Jack?
Why is Talcott Shorts laughing at a bachelor's degree I didn't claim when Jack has no college education but still claims an education? I'll cite my favorite Sam Hyde skit. Listen, Talcott Shorts, I have an associate who thinks he understands the Bible. I haven't cried since my dog died. It's
Tommy,
not
I enjoy. Tommy, I enjoy your meth rants. Yes, it is. You guys are the same. Tommy equals Jack. You both backstage.
No,
You behave
actually,
the same way.
you
You both get angry.
because of
You
what
both interrupt.
you are.
You both cry. You both cry. You
Oh,
both
you're
talk
not
over.
interrupting. You don't
You're
interrupt.
both
You're not
insecure.
crying.
You're both insecure.
No,
I
I'm
don't
very
cry.
insecure.
You cry. You cry on streams.
Oh,
I was
you
showing
do.
it the other night. You were crying. You cry, Tommy.
No, I haven't cried
I
since
do enjoy
my
your
dog
meth
died.
rants, though. No, you cried the other day.
Wait,
on
are
your
you
live
are you
stream.
calling? Are you going full zebra right now? Are you
I
claiming I'm
streamed it.
actively doing the?
Everybody on my
Oh, I know
stream
you do.
saw it.
That's
You
all
were
you do.
crying.
Because
You're
you
lying right now,
a
dude.
part of this.
You're a
He's
liar.
wrong.
You're Jack.
Are you
You're the same as Jack.
Okay. Okay,
Yep.
I don't do the hypocrisy thing. I let Ben overtalk me because I was respectfully requesting him in another channel here. I wanted to be a respectful host, especially for first time. You are fucking desperate, faggot, so go cry. Now, Jack, I think I'm just going to go visit my outdoorsman, but I'm very disappointed with how you've been treating me on your panel while manipulatively strategically using the words love and respect when that's not what you're doing.
I'm maybe I'm clumsy with it, but I'm honest.
No, you're not honest. Not honest.
I'm very honest.
Jack, this is a win. This is a no-win. Either you're a liar or you're oblivious to how we've already shown you to your face all the times you contradict yourself and say the different things according to who you're talking to. Like you let Signal assume things as you sit there quietly and know that we're all keeping our lips bitten because you should be the stand-up man to tell Signal straight the things that we've already called you on. And the fact you keep finding new people to let them try and figure it out, you're letting all these new people cycle through. You let them try and figure it out.
Dude. You're wrong. You're wrong about me. No, I'm not.
No, Jack, if I was wrong about you and you were on top of your things like you claim to do, you wouldn't need to backstage everybody for copious amounts of time.
It's the only way I get a chance to speak.
That's not accurate.
Go back.
You backstage us so you get to speak. You backstage us and get to speak. I only lost one sub from Jack's stream. That's your struggle. You have to work it. Everybody go watch Jack Talcott unless Rose wants to come up and stream it so you can all chat together, because I'd love King Philip will give Jack all this props for what a great listener he is. I'm out here still wondering if that half a street woman was in the back all wrong. And ever since the night I sat and did meth in front of you for the first time in God knows how long, because my dog died, and you asked, if you come out here, how are you going to find it? How do you keep getting it? Because you don't fucking listen. I don't need help. You sound like Talcott, man. And that's another thing you can take notes on when you watch that Talcott that's linked. Go, by all means, fast forward it to when he starts the fucking guests. And I'm going to ask him right at the start, you ready to do this, Jack? He says, yeah. I said, I don't think you are. Because I owe Hank one more time to come up here and show him how to expose a mod god piece of shit. And he acts like he won't do it, and it's all he'll fucking do. And you're going to pay attention to exactly what points and what stance and what truth gets him to drop me mid-sentence. The second best person up there today is King fucking Steven. Shout to him. And I'll tell you why whenever they're there. Whenever we're there. You'll see Word Wizards cite the Bible wrong. You'll see Bobby Tuesday and Jack agree that they have their own way. Yeah, there's this religious dogma thing, but they have their own way. You know, kind of opposite of what I've sat with Jack and showed him that Jesus never said it's about your life, your way, your thing. It's not about bliss. It's about suffering in the flesh, picking up that cross, bearing it. See, you fucking cunt. I hope you win that race, Rose. I hope you fucking win that race. You faggot, homeless. I'm fine, guys. One day I'll just get back in a fucking roof, breathe. They have their own way. Yeah, there's this religious dogma thing, but they have their own way. You know, kind of opposite of what I've sat with Jack and showed him that Jesus never said it's about your life, your way, your thing. It's not about bliss. It's about suffering in the flesh, picking up that cross, bearing it. I'm fine, guys. One day I'll just get back in a fucking roof or get on my land because I can. Like, I hope you're not donating because you think I'm broke and homeless. I hope you're donating and sending things because you see value. And shout out to Robin if she's around, man. Like, Robin sent me the fucking UPS number. They asked me if I had that.
You said you didn't cry since your dog died. You're a liar. Here you are crying 12 days ago. Less than 2 weeks ago. 12 days ago. You're a crybaby fucking liar. Stop crying and stop lying, Tommy. Stop lying. You're a fucking crybaby liar.
Like, Robin sent me the fucking UPS number. They asked me if I had that shit she sent me. And I put it in. It's been stolen for a week, and I didn't even know. And I came into this setup. Like, you're fucking lucky that those phones got stolen, so I can't throw it in your face that when I came to you like Christians and said, Rose, you said you're my friend, you sat with me when my dog died, and you wronged me, and I'm bringing that to you so we can be friends, and you said the same shit that everybody says, and you fucking ghosted me. See, as a you fucking cunt. I hope you win that race, Rose. I hope you fucking win that race. You really are something, you socialite cunt. You really are. And I'm not telling anybody not to be friends with you. I love Melanie. I love you. I just hate you guys. It gives me nothing. Thank you.
Dolphin tears for Tommy. Dolphin tears for Tommy.
I mean, if not him, who else, right? It's like, if Rose doesn't understand how important it is for me to go back and do those things, you guys don't understand that, like, I have to just spend tonight still looking for Boogie. Because I told him I'd do stuff for him, and now I can't find him, and I don't know what happened to him. And he already did shit for me, man. Did more for me than you motherfuckers. Because, like, you guys can give me $100 fucking bucks. It doesn't matter to you. And that guy is just gonna leave me in his tarp tent with his food and his blankets. That's the image of fucking God, man. Not out here acting like I go to jail for people's freedom. You never acted like anything, man. Just keeping it real. Just keeping it fucking real. And it's like a bitch, man. Like, you have to be destroyed by God. You have to. And when you're somebody like me, it's been through it many times before to become the position of janitor of Christ Corp. It's much higher than people think whenever I troll it. You guys don't know the fucking, like, I can't tell you because everybody's always so eager out here to tell you, like, your dad fucked you in the ass or I don't know, whatever they say, because they know themselves, so they know everybody, right? Nah, man. Like, this is why Jack is such a fucking fraud and a liar and a false witness, fucking antichrist. Because this is what I was trying to get to in the hotel room whenever my service dropped. It's like people, a lot of Christians are out here thinking like that their struggles and the thing they can't stop, whether it's cheating on their wife or fucking addiction or just whatever it is. I mean, there's a sinner that has a problem with that, and then there's a servant of fucking God that it's not a problem. It's exactly how you remember. You can't do anything of any value yourself. Jack cannot save himself, like you'll hear him and fucking Bobby Tuesday say. None of us can do it. That's the fucking point. Because all through the Torah, all through the Old Testament, those priests and those people are making a painting of Christ. Like, there was no crucified Jesus. They were seeking a Jesus. That's how the Old Testament is talking about Jesus. Because you know you're imperfect. You know you can never do it on your own. It can only be God that does it for you. You are a nothing. You are a sinner. You can never be perfect. So you'd go find yourself a nice, perfect lamb
and you'd bring it to the priest per God's orders. Don't let Jack fucking hippie Talcott tell you that Jesus was some animal rights activist. It's fucking lies. It's fucking new age deception bullshit. You'd take that lamb to a priest. You'd lay your hands on that lamb and you'd confess your sins, because this God, the one true God, demanded that your sins must be cleansed in blood. And this woke fucking future, oh, blood sacrifice, what an evil God. You want to worship that? Yes. Yes. The fuck you think animals are for? Yes, we sire them, we respect them, we show God we appreciate this toilet bowl earth of beauty. But you take that, you very much take that provided animal, and its blood is spilt to cleanse your sins, and then its fat and skin and flesh are removed, and then that is burnt offering to him. Because Jack Talcott and Bobby Tuesday, they are Cain. They are fucking Cain. Because Cain killed Abel. Like, listen, whenever Cain killed Abel, they were each around 120-something years old. They both knew the deal. They had long time lived under God, back when he'd just speak to people straight up and shit. Because he asked their parents, where the fuck are you, man? I'm in the garden, y'all. Where the fuck are you? It's me, God. But they were hiding with their dicks covered in shit. So yeah, Cain and Abel knew the fucking deal at 120-something years old, when Cain was saying, I'll worship God my way. I'll offer unto God my skills and my fruits and my labor that I grow in the field. And that's not what he fucking asked for. He didn't ask for a fucking knee massage. He didn't ask for some American that ran over to communist Asia just to fucking act like he's something on Talcott's channel. And he'll say he read the Bible cover to cover. Don't worry, I handle him, guys. It's your boy. You know what time it is. Rose, don't you want to be friends? Rose, don't you want to be friends? Rose, I feel like you just wanted to talk shit about Talcott until you could go over and wrench up and send him hearts. See how Bex is doing? See how Special K's doing? It's not that you got it. See, you offended me when you started hating people because I hate them. No, I don't understand why you like them. Unless you're out here socializing. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's all angel numbers are bullshit. I already covered it with fucking Yolanda. Guys, I appreciate you. Anybody that showed up at this point, I appreciate you. And I feel like we're not friends if you can't handle this. Because, see, I'm not talking that Catholic fucking confession where they make you do spiritual fiat debt, or hey, do this many rosaries, this many things. But there's an Orthodox religion confession that's not for the purpose of fiat. It's the purpose of, if you die after you've had a good confession, if we do risk the chance that on the way to those judgment gates that the fallen and the demons are challenging you and scaring you with what they know about you, because they're among us watching you all the time, listening and scrying and taking part in your tarot readings and stuff. And if you've had that confession, or if you're solid with God, they can't affect you. But if they can affect you, rest assured they might be holding your hand as Jesus and his mom allow you to be escorted away. Because that's the system of these things. I am tough. I am tough in the sense that humans have given me credit.
Dolphin tears for Tommy. Boo, boo.
for it, but I'm not in the sense that there's nothing you can do to be tough. I told you, this is the fear of God. Like when tough stuff. And if you've had that confession, or if you're solid with God, they can't affect you. But if they can affect you, rest assured they might be holding your hand as Jesus and his mom allow you to be escorted away. Because that's the system of these things. I am tough. I am tough in the sense that humans have given me credit for it, but I'm not in the sense that there's nothing you can do to be tough. I told you, this is the fear of God. Like whenever I was actually homeless and driven to that story that I'm not going to say because I don't want anybody out here acting like they know if they don't know already, and I don't need Talcott trying to ad-lib it. I was always coming back to double down on that. And it has to be worse this time around. Because you have to be broken. Rose is a crippled Jew that has some idea she's going to be INDEPENDT. No. Not if you're going to see Christ and find Christ, you're not. You're going to thank God you have a man that'll nurse you to the level he does, and you still give him shit like it's not enough. You're going to thank God that you have a friend like me that's more than happy to just come do that even trade of value so that I know I'm not just having some bitch blow or smoke up my ass so that one day she can say she's the reason my channel is a thing, because my channel is never gonna be a thing. I just picked up this camera because that fat fucking piggy got out of hand. And all the people I assisted against him hate me for it. Want to say he's my daddy. Or say they're the ones that got him. What the fuck are you laughing at? You sound like, yeah, I picture that big old Cleveland Indians smile like whenever I had sounded like I came in and snatched that phone out your hand. No, you have fun with it because it's all for your amusement, right? It's all for your amusement, Damien. You said you wanted a thing, here it is. Don't you want it, or did you not think of what you asked for? Ain't no friend of mine. You just want to blow smoke. You just want to suck each other off. You just want the good times. There's a Talcott for that. I got nothing to come at you about, Melanie. I got nothing to come at you about. I feel like you're pretty real. I'm not here to wreck you and Rose. You and Rose are friends. I don't like people sucking me off that can't handle what I'm saying. I mean, don't let Rose fool you. Don't let Rose fool you. We've been through this at her house. Am I? I'm not the one throwing it away. I am waiting and ready to go back and assist that crippled Jesus-seeking Jew, live up to the things I didn't finish, get my shit back, pet the cats, and there ain't gonna be like all they gotta do is ship me down there and back. And the Rose that I know says that's not a problem. If you ask her, she's sustaining her man and everybody's sustaining her father and her family and sustaining her man and assuring me that she's got me covered if I need it until she doesn't. No. Enlightenment isn't Christianity. And if you go watch your buddy Talcott, you'll see that before the end. Enlightenment and Christ consciousness is not Christianity. I don't have problems, Rose. You do. I'm not the one getting all worked up and running out and being mad. I'm the one that waited patiently after you ghosted me and then came down and still did the things we always talked about. I let the panelverse tell me that I was camped up under your roof. I let you tell the panelverse that I was very expensive and couldn't wait to have a woman fuck me in the ass. I mean, that's how it happens. All I do is have like a good little birdie I didn't employ say, hey, Talcott went back to his daddy's. So, okay, that cues me up where I don't have to waste my time. I know exactly what to watch, where to go. Means I got to watch that Paul Enslaved where Talcott, and then go watch the recent Talcott. And Rose just seemed authentic in the chat. Yep. Man, I thought we were just going to expose Jack tonight. So you were right, Rose. You were right. Like two times you had these like very sobering, realistic moments, and that was a success to me. There was the time we watched just some rando Sigma video, and you really earned some respect. The number of times you like stopped at yourself and was like, "Oh my God, I do this to you. I just realized I do this to you all the time." And then we watched a Hyoka Empath video, and you're like, "I feel like that's me." I was like, "Yeah, it kind of is, but here I am at your house being your friend, ain't I?" So Rose, how about if you send it, make it a 50 cal to my fucking dome? Or how about you go watch the newest Talcott, because I guess you're not gonna come up on your channel that you're providing me with in my expense and my neediness and my broke homelessness. You could either come up, restream Talcott for all the channel to chat together in it, because I've got to go look for Boogie while I still have a mile or two on my leg, and then I'll sleep here on this fucking what used to be a shipping dock in case any of them come by that I can ask if they've seen Boogie or fucking Summer. Because that's the shit I get to take with me. Is that what I'm doing? I think I'm trying to have an effect on you of being the friends you've been running around these channels saying we are. I thought we were these friends. Like, I ain't out here just trying to drink beers, suck each other off, say, hey, that's my best friend. Real friends come out of fucking trenches. My friend that died in the desert but came back to America, he calls that medic every year, at least once a year, because he drug him out of a flaming wreck with no calf muscle. He'll call him once a year the rest of their lives. Not saying random things. You sound like you're on damage control. Rose, if you're going to say fuck these people, why do you care so much? Remember whenever Jason's like, why do you care that Rose is saying those things to the panel verse? Who cares about the panel verse? Why do you keep flip-flopping whether you care or not, Rose? And why is the thing everybody tries to catch 22 with me? Why is everybody always coming at me like, gotcha, you love us. Gotcha, nigger, you care. Hey, you know what? This is your channel. Get the fuck up here. I don't want to talk to the fucking chat. Show me some respect. Get the fuck up here. I don't know what the fuck you're telling me. I don't know how many of your chats I've missed. I mean, you've like just jumped up here. Why don't you do it now? Acting like what? Acting like what? Because that's what you're going to learn on Talcott. Talcott doesn't realize. He sits there saying he loves me and doesn't mean to disrespect, except it's exactly what he does. And don't worry, I schooled him. When I like Jack, I'm the one coming up here respecting you. Because I'm foregoing this life, and you guys should too. Flow State was right, except for his lack of faith. He thinks it's a scam that you forego this life in favor of some mystery eternity. It's not a mystery eternity. Yep. No, that's good. That's good. Because Rose, like you and Rose are friends, so just do that. Because I know, ladies, I know. You'll mull it over, you'll sleep on it, you get over it, and then you may or may not come back and be like, "Hey, you were right." Guys, I've bold-faced borne my bare chest to this panel verse for damn near 3 years, getting called a meth addict pedo, and even my good friend Rose would just talk to me as if like I'm a meth guy. And granted, I did do meth on tour the times I told the panel verse, and I know how to get off of it and not need it. I have to pyramid off of it. And so Rose would give me that glare whenever she'd catch me doing it. Like, no, it's steroids. I have to pyramid down off of it. Oh, it's Talcott as fuck. Fascinating. Fascinating. Rose, this is the fucking fiery crucible. You aren't gonna come to Jesus without this. I'm not the one doing it. I've always told you this, Rose. I don't think you listen, or you just wanted to pose like a Mother Teresa situation. It's not me that built up. It's not me that went around saying, me and Rose. That was you telling me we're friends, Rose. No, it's not content. It's not content. Been trying to tell you guys. Like, everybody's still out. Like, look in Jack's chat. Look in Jack's chat during the things, the one that's left. You're gonna see Tom's still playing the character. Tom's doing the. Tom's still playing the character and the things.
Run it through.
Can't move my fucking screen.
I'm not trying to play a fucking game.
Did you guys think that's a joke? I mean, it's what is a joke is like somebody like telling me they're my biggest fan and having no idea anything I say or reference. No ego. I built something here for people that were sick of this shit. Oh no, no. The show is Talcott. Everybody give Talcott a watch, a like, and a sub. I'm just waiting for you to come up. You can have them all, Rose. You can have my channel. You can have all these people, if that's the way you're gonna be about it. I mean, writes itself. This was all for everybody. All I've ever done is give and sacrifice. No ego, no victim. I want that, like, you're gonna watch Jack claim all these things. I'm like, that's great. All you gotta do is
analyzing for Twitter updates.
The same way all Snafu snaps, like I wrecked Snafu snaps last night because he thinks just because he says we're friends that he can come up here and still call Monograph a pedo, still call everybody a pedo. And Rose, if you don't like me, you still got his number. I don't know why the fuck you gave him your number, but you can always fall back on Snafu. Maybe get the whole Tom's a meth pedo started up, because he really wants to. He really wants to real bad, but he knows why he can't. And all he had was to storm off last night and just make another short that doesn't make sense, where he just says a guy's name and says Monograph and says Monograph was questioned, and he scrolls through things real fast that don't show a lick of evidence or connection or receipts. And I've shown everybody how to do upholsteries. Sorry guys, I'm just trying to delete everything to give Rose her channel back. I feel yucky using it. Feels even yuckier that she don't want to come up here. Feels like we weren't really friends.
I'm
Like I
trying to fucking. I'm
like-
trying to fucking respond.
Like I said, man, it makes me sick. I never said who the fuck cares about the Rose. I never said who the fuck cares about the Crow 777 show. I never said who the fuck cares about Jason's singer-songwriting. I never said who the fuck cares about anybody's stuff anywhere. I almost started believing I was this thing everybody says I am, and I can't fucking find it. I'm expecting to find all these out-of-hand me things, but all of them that remotely get closer is very much a reason and an order and the way things build up. And like a righteous, justified anger. But that was the play, man. That was the play. Like I had to find another mental challenge, and it took 3 damn years. I almost started buying into this shit. And now that I've seen like that I really have stood on what I'm supposed to, that I've really played the role and done the thing, and what's become of it. I feel like Agent Smith, like just sick of this fucking simulation he's assigned to. I just want to like wipe the sweat off a fucking Pawn slave's forehead, just rub it between my fingers because I know it stinks.
Cry for Tommy.
It's like Rose, you already left. Like you already went over there. Like you hate Paul. Flo hates Paul. You kept track for Flo how many times I said his name. And you think I care when you text me like Flo State's a bastard. Why is he a bastard? Oh, I don't know, because you went back over there like a DJM, just needing somewhere live. You don't respect the community. You don't care about the panelverse, but yeah, sure do look for those live panels. Martin Luther King would just be some nigger if nobody would have killed him. You understand? Like, imagine Tarek's stream, only I'm dead. Like, it was cool. The DJM told me what was going on. I went over there and gave my piece from the chat. But imagine that. Imagine how that goes if I'm dead. Because that was the first gift this band. That's how it all started. Is I got to see what happened if I was dead. Like, rarely does anybody get to do that. I mean, usually when somebody gets that, it was like insurance fraud, but they still show up like off by a tree out from the cemetery. I never like Rose. I've taught you a lot. Like others that deny me, you're not doing yourself any favors leaving me hanging up here in any kind of context. Like I know you got friends. I know you got these people that you love to tell that I'm also your friend. And tell Ceiling Fan Man's wife, I really appreciate the Warrior soap. I'll get to it eventually, maybe down on the land if I keep it. I just don't like ice skating uphill, and that's all it's been. It's like nothing fucking changes because that's a responsibility and accountability that's on everybody. Like, go and watch. Like, Jack is in the midst of DC. Jack is in DC, ain't doing shit. Like, there you are. You said you'd figure out when you get there. I did my part as the enemy that loves you. You're my enemy, I love you. But you're also God's enemy. And he hates you. God hates his enemies. And we are only required to love our enemies. We can hate God's enemies. But what I do, I use my little espionage play, use my reverse psychology. I got all these channels worked up that Bro Logic came around for the views and the subs. And he came around, didn't he? Came around and said, all right, Jack. Tom's the daddy. All right, Jack, come on down. Ain't doing a damn thing with it. And like, it doesn't matter that I don't have an extra room anymore. Like, I would have gave that room to Paul to get on his feet. I would have gave that room to Jack. And gave him the guidance that you will not be able to tell in this stream. He'll ask for it. Why don't people help me? Why won't they listen? I'm trying to help Tom. Why won't he help me? I'm trying to help Tom. I can't loop it, man. And even though I was always going to do this, and I thought, oh, it worked out, YouTube. So yeah, maybe I'm supposed to share this while I'm on YouTube. Don't enough shit. Just more shit for people to enslave at me with. Just more shit for people to be saying in Jack's chat that he will throw on this screen. Like, even Margot says, Jack, are you going to listen and respond to these people, or are you just going to mess with your chat? And right down to my very last back and forth with it, he's just still throwing up chats. It's hard, man. It's hard to, like, throw someone a life preserver while they, like, flip you off and sink. Like, these people keep telling me I don't know what love is. Like it's fucking Foreigner. Like I'm fucking Foreigner, man. I'm not a fucking Foreigner fan. It does not grab me by the balls and shake me around until I'm not sure if I'm a man or woman. I know what fucking love is. I fucking know. That's why I know what it's not. That's why I'm very careful about where I distribute it. Shout the fuck's his name? You know, the guy. Been gone so long I forget his fucking name. RT. Shout to RT, man. RT, you blocked me. You still talking shit in the chat. I see you still talking shit. Any panel that remotely brings me up. I still cry every time I get to your segment. It's like you said that shit on Day of the Jack A. Nobody knew that's when it was all going down. And sending things because you see Jack and showed him that Jesus never said it's about sentence. The second best person up there today is King fucking Steven. Shout to him. And I'll tell you why whenever they're there. Whenever we're there. You'll see Word Wizards cite the Bible wrong. You'll see Bobby Tuesday and Jack agree that they have their own way. Yeah, there's this religious dogma thing, but they have their own way. You know, kind of opposite of what I've sat with Jack and showed him that Jesus never said it's about your life, your way, your thing. It's not about bliss. It's about suffering in the flesh, picking up that cross, bearing it. I'm fine, guys. One day I'll just get back in a fucking roof or get on my land because I can. Like, I hope you're not donating because you think I'm broke and homeless. I hope you're donating and sending things because you see value. And shout out to Robin if she's around, man. Like, Robin sent me the fucking UPS number. They asked me if I had that shit she sent me. And I put it in. It's been stolen for a week and I didn't even know. And I came into this saying I don't have any friends out here. I don't want friends. All these channels are my enemies. and from Paul to Jack, the flow state. Just keep saying, let us love you, Tom. You won't let us love you, you faggot, homeless brokey that's on meth. And Rose, we never fucking squared up. Like, you're fucking lucky that those phones got stolen, so I can't throw it in your face that when I came to you like Christians and said, Rose, you said you're my friend, you sat with me when my dog died, and you wronged me, and I'm bringing that to you so we can be friends, and you said the same shit that everybody says, and you fucking ghosted me. See, as a you fucking cunt. I hope you win that race, Rose. I hope you fucking win that race. You really are something, you socialite cunt. You really are. And I'm not telling anybody not to be friends with you. I love Melanie. I love you. I just hate you guys. You give me nothing. Thank you, Deb. I mean, if not him, who else, right? It's like, if Rose doesn't understand how important it is for me to go back and do those things, you guys don't understand that, like, I have to just spend tonight still looking for Boogie. Because I told him I'd do stuff for him, and now I can't find him, and I don't know what happened to him. And he already did shit for me, man. Did more for me than you motherfuckers. Because, like, you guys can give me $100 fucking bucks. It doesn't matter to you. And that guy is just gonna leave me in his tarp tent with his food and his blankets. That's the image of fucking God, man. Not out here acting like I go to jail for people's freedom. You never acted like anything, man. Just keeping it real. Just keeping it fucking real. And it's like a bitch, man. Like, you have to be destroyed by God. You have to. And when you're somebody like me, it's been through it many times before to become the position of janitor of Christ Corp. It's much higher than people think whenever I troll it. You guys don't know the fucking, like, I can't tell you because everybody's always so eager out here to tell you, like, your dad fucked you in the ass or I don't know, whatever they say, because they know themselves, so they know everybody, right? Nah, man. Like, this is why Jack is such a fucking fraud and a liar and a false witness, fucking antichrist. Because this is what I was trying to get to in the hotel room whenever my service dropped. It's like people, a lot of Christians are out here thinking like that their struggles and the thing they can't stop, whether it's cheating on their wife or fucking addiction or just whatever it is. I mean, there's a sinner that has a problem with that, and then there's a servant of fucking God that it's not a problem. It's exactly how you remember. You can't do anything of any value yourself. Jack cannot save himself, like you'll hear him and fucking Bobby Tuesday say. None of us can do it. That's the fucking point. Because all through the Torah, all through the Old Testament, those priests and those people are making a painting of Christ. Like, there was no crucified Jesus. They were seeking a Jesus. That's how the Old Testament is talking about Jesus. Because you know you're imperfect. You know you can never do it on your own. It can only be God that does it for you. You are a nothing. You are a sinner. You can never be perfect. So you'd go find yourself a nice, perfect lamb, and you'd bring it to the priest per God's orders. Don't let Jack fucking hippie Talcott tell you that Jesus was some animal rights activist. It's fucking lies. It's fucking new age deception bullshit. You'd take that lamb to a priest. You'd lay your hands on that lamb and you'd confess your sins. because this God, the one true God, demanded that your sins must be cleansed in blood. And this woke fucking future, oh, blood sacrifice, what an evil God. You want to worship that? Yes. Yes. The fuck you think animals are for? Yes, we sire them, we respect them, we show God we appreciate this toilet bowl earth of beauty. But you take that, you very much take that provided animal, and its blood is spilt to cleanse your sins, and then its fat and skin and flesh are removed, and then that is burnt offering to him. Because Jack Talcott and Bobby Tuesday, they are Cain. They are fucking Cain. Because Cain killed Abel. Like, listen, whenever Cain killed Abel, they were each around 120 something years old. They both knew the deal. They had long time lived under God, back when he'd just speak to people straight up and shit. Because he asked their parents, where the fuck are you, man? I'm in the garden, y'all. Where the fuck are you? It's me, God. But they were hiding with their dicks covered in shit. So yeah, Cain and Abel knew the
Welcome to the Leonardo Joni Show. Today, we're going to be talking about retarded women, which some of you might say is redundant. But I guarantee you, we're not all retarded. Just some of us, especially those of us that have been totally had by the Marxist feminist agenda that has pretty much destroyed women's brains. We'll be starting with a few topics today. The first one we'll be starting is this video I came across that was covered by Woman Propaganda. That's the guy, right? He does a lot of reaction videos if you guys want to follow him on X. He's got some great takes. He's pretty funny. They're what would be considered, conservative takes, but like actual conservative takes, not this gay fake conservative takes where they're like, we like trans people that vote Republican. It's like actual funny stuff. So he found this video on TikTok, which I thought was kind of unbelievable. And I want to talk about it because, listen, when I do this stuff, I'm trying to warn other women who might be misled by goblins like this, okay? Rule number one, ladies, don't listen to an ugly woman. Got it? Ugly women are not to be trusted. They want to destroy you and your relationships because they're ugly. So they can't stand to see good-looking women prosper. So number one, you have to stop with the bullshit. Everybody's beautiful. Some people are ugly. Okay? And it's like God's warning you, don't listen to this goblin. Number one. Number two, don't listen to fat women, which kind of ties into ugly, but not every fat woman is ugly, but a lot of ugly women are fat. Okay? But just don't listen to fat women either. Fat women will always tell you the best way to lose weight, which already is like... So let's just take the...
If you want your wife to start walking around half naked again, then stop trying to jump her every time she is. My husband loves when I walk around in my underwear, but there was a time I couldn't even get dressed in the same room out of fear of being grabbed and fondled.
Was that time when you were younger and hotter? She's about to tell you that she trained her husband how to not touch her, and the truth is, she just got ugly and fat. That's actually what happened. And now she wants to make it like, oh, that was my idea. I didn't really like being touched and grabbed.
This is what he did to get me to act more like I did when we first started dating. First, he had to make me feel comfortable enough. Now, it's no secret. You love getting a little glimpse of your wife changing or showering, but do you always have to act like a little boy who just got the last cookie from the cookie jar? My husband stopped trying to jump me every single time I was half naked. My husband loves when I walk.
Once again, because you got ugly and fat. That's why. I don't know what you think you did. All right, let's just finish this up.
Ready in front of the bathroom mirror. He stopped.
Just cheat, bro. Just cheat on her. Did you?
She said he stopped. I'm just going to mute him because I don't have the original video, but I want to talk about. I mean, this guy's funny, by the way. But I want to read what she says here. Okay, he stopped smothering me with his words and groping me every time I was getting ready in front of the mirror, grabbing my vagina on the outside of my clothes, or making sure I saw or felt his heart on every time he got one. By the way, most women don't want any of this. Stop speaking for us. You're ugly. Don't tell me what I want. Show more confidence and less desperation. Bro, I really hope to God that this woman's not actually married. And if she is married, I don't know, man, that poor guy has been totally beat down by a below mid. Let's zoom in on that. I mean, look at that, huh? Look at that. She's talking about to the guy be less desperate and more confident. Where are you getting where are these ugly women getting their confidence from? I want to know. Seriously. Fat women, I know, they get their confidence from black dudes and Puerto Ricans hitting on them. But ugly women, what is it? Is it the Mexicans that are coming in and hitting on you that make you think you're special? Mexicans can't see your face because they can't recognize different faces on white people, just the same way we can't recognize different faces on them. So they just see blonde hair, they think she must be hot. Okay, she says this thing, which is the most ridiculous thing ever. She says, no woman likes to see your heart on every... That's a lie, dude. Now, if I'm riding the subway and some grizzled, mentally ill, homeless guy wants to show me his heart on, no, I don't want to see that. But my husband, the one that I married, the one that I'm supposed to be attracted to, the one who's supposed to be attracted to me, yeah, I want to see his heart on. I want to know that he still gets hot for me. I want to know that I'm still attractive to him. How can that be a bad thing? This is what happens when women don't have any problems. They have to invent them. She literally has everything. How do I know? Look at the sleeve tattoos. She probably runs some bake shop in a liberal town like Portland that charges $7 for a cupcake, totally detached from reality. So now she's got to invent problems. My husband gropes me too much. I don't think she's attracted to her husband. That's what I think the problem is. I don't think she's attracted to her husband, and she doesn't want his sexual advances. So she's going to make up this story for manipulation, by the way. Hey, if you want me to start walking around naked again, stop groping me. Well, what's the point then? What is he supposed to do? It's just about power and control. I just want you to know. This is about women needing to beat down men, needing to make them feel small, because there's something she doesn't want to be with him. Okay, here we go. I'm going to let it out here, okay? Because this kind of shit pisses me off. There are a lot of women who marry dudes because they provide a kind of financial security for them. And I'm not saying there's something wrong, right? Because this is a natural dynamic, right? Men marry women for the biological opportunity that they create for them to have their kids under the assumption that you're going to be loyal to them, which even that's going out the window now, right? So that they can trust that their kids are theirs, right? And women marry men who can provide for the offspring that they're going to give them, okay? Very natural for a woman to not want a loser. So let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. It's important for women to find a good, stable man who can provide for them. However, we have a grossly materialistic culture, and everything is so inflated price-wise that now women have completely disregarded any other kind of concerns and are just looking at how much money can this person provide me. So this happens a lot. You have a lot of chicks in their young age just banging everything along the way, right? And a lot of it is because of propaganda that they've downloaded into their brains that tells them that if they want to be liberated, they need to be free whores, right? At least whores charge money for giving their body away. You are doing it for 2 drinks. Once they get through with that, they go, oh shit, I need to find a man who's going to not cheat on me and is going to be there around. And then they'll usually pick a guy who's not a winner, but's got stability and financial stability that he can provide. So that means they're usually not very sexually attracted to the guy, and they're willing to put up with it for the money. So it's just another class of prostitution, right? Then what happens, right? What they'll put out in the beginning, right? They're selling the product and all that. Then they get married, they're locked in, and they're like, don't touch me. I don't want you to touch me, because you have a deep hatred of your man. And a resentment. You resent him because you think he's pathetic and weak because he didn't see through your little act that you're just using him for his money. It's pretty gross, actually. It's pretty freaking gross. So when women react like this to a man, it's usually a man that they got into a relationship with for some other reason than love and attraction. That's the truth. That's the fucking truth, okay? Because when you love your man, you want him to touch you because you want to know that he desires you. Women, we can't really build our self-esteem by ourselves. We can't. Sorry, I know we can't. That's why we're social creatures. We need social approval. We need that to make us feel good. That's why hot women usually have higher confidence than ugly women. Now, we live in an inverted society that praises ugly, fat lesbians. But aside from that, the truth of the matter is that usually the more attention you get from society as a woman for your beauty, the higher your confidence is. This is why ugly women like this will attack beautiful women. They're trying to take them down. Okay? Then she says this thing. Stop groping me. Stop smothering me with his words. That's such a female thing to say. You're smothering me with your words. The words that say, I love you and I'm attracted to you and you're what I want and that's why I married you. Those smothering me with his words. You're a whore. You don't deserve a stable man. You deserve to be ran through for the rest of your life, just like you were in your early 20s. Let your sleeve tattoo tell us. She's going to leave this guy. She's going to leave him. That's what's going to happen. You know, the poor guy is going to put up with, men put up with a lot. I'm just going to tell you this. Men are usually not the ones that end relationships. They are usually the ones that cheat, although in this modern age, everybody's doing it. Men will cheat because they'll feel like they need to go get their physical needs met, but they don't want to leave their woman. They have a strong sense of loyalty. They're like dogs. They're very loyal. Okay? So he's going to put up with all this stuff, and we live in this, you know, feminist tyranny, which doesn't afford him any rights. And also makes him feel like he needs to cater to every one of his wife's whims or he's going to lose her. This is a mistake, guys. This is a mistake. You need to have clear boundaries and you need to let her know, I'm going to grope you anytime you want. If you don't like it, go pay rent somewhere. Within reason. Okay? Obviously, if your wife's sick or she's sad or something, you got to control yourself. Okay? Obviously. And I'm, you know, being a little facetious. But this idea that, you know, here's this other thing she said. It's so pathetic and patronizing. Here we go, okay? Let's just watch this part one more time.
No secret. You love getting a little glimpse of your wife changing or showering, but do you always have to act like a little boy who just...
Yes! Yes, because he's so excited he got you. Men are visual creatures. Women can't understand this. Women, we're not really visual creatures. And I can't blame us. Have you ever seen balls? They're nothing to look at. It's nothing good. Men's bodies, they're lumpy and weird. Women, you know, we have a shape, we have a form, we have a self most of the time. Some of you are eating yourselves into oblivion. Let's cut that out. But women, naturally, they have this, it's called feminine beauty. It projects fertility, all the things of life. And men love that. They've been biologically programmed to be visually stimulated. Thank God. Thank God. Because women, we can't handle rejection. Imagine if you got naked and your husband was like, oh, can you put some clothes on? Then you would feel bad. Then we'd have a whole other video about how your husband's taking down your self-esteem. See, your husband gave you too much self-esteem. Now, what you don't understand is your husband knows that you're ugly. He just loves you, so he's never going to tell you that. And he's grown to love you so much that you've become attractive in his eyes. And he is showing you that through his affection and his attention. And you're shaming him for that? You deserve the life of lesbian cat solitude that's coming to you.
Got the last cookie from the cookie jar. My
Yeah.
husband stopped trying to jump me every single time I was half naked.
Yeah, because you got ugly.
Girl, let
and fat.
me hit that coochie chakra. Coochie chakra.
Yep. Because you got ugly and fat. Now you're going to pretend like it's because you came up with the whole plan and you talked to him and you made him respect you. Nope. You're just ugly and fat. And those tattoos don't look so good on you anymore because you're not 25. That's what it is. And you're out here trying to give a bunch of advice to a bunch of other men so they can also become losers, like the way you've beaten down your husband, and they can stop groping their beautiful wives. And then it can be a normal thing that men don't do that. It's not just because you got ugly and fat. It's because you've taught men how to behave. Yeah, men don't grope women and lust after them because it's a natural male instinct that has propagated the survival of species. No, they're doing it because of toxic masculinity, and they haven't been taught any better. Women need to stop trying to teach men things, first of all. Okay, look at how well that turned out in the Bible. Now we're here being run by satanic Jewish pedophiles. Great, awesome, awesome. Thank you, thank you. Cut it out. There's more wonderful things from women that we can see. And by the way, I'm not one of these people who wants to blame women for everything or wants to blame men for everything. I think that kind of shit is bullshit. It's global elitist propaganda to drive us apart, make us hate each other, and make us believe that the other person is totally responsible for the other person's problems, okay? A lot of red pill male stuff that happens online is really just male feminism. Women are so evil, they've destroyed us, right? And feminism, men are so evil, they just want to, grope us. It's the same thing, and we need to stop doing that. However, I do agree that you got to call out bad behavior on both sides, okay? And some of these hoes, they're wilding out. They've gotten too much. We've given them too much rope. They're walking around saying all this crazy shit. They have confidence that they have no business having. They think they got to teach everybody and everyone how to behave. No. Here's another one. I was married, by the way, everybody, Garbage Human, great account. He's got a lot of funny stuff he posts. I was married for 15 years. Only after our divorce did I realize I'd never consented to sex. Now, this sounds like it should be a satirical article, okay? But this right here is why people are not believing women anymore. When you say shit like this, when a woman actually gets attacked in that department, people don't believe her anymore. People want to think all women are liars. People want to think all women make stuff up. This is crazy. You need to be locked up. You never consented to... Give me a break, okay? And the truth of the matter is, women don't like to initiate sex, okay? They don't. Part of the seduction is the man desiring you so much that he makes an effort and makes a move. That's part of a woman's aphrodisiac. That's what it is. Now, sometimes, it's true, we got biology too. Stuff starts happening, we're like, hey, right? The way a woman initiates sex, she just gives him a little glimpse of something. That's it. She doesn't. Women don't do all the men. Think about it, ladies. Think about it. Think about how much effort your man has to put up on a regular basis to get you in the mood. Think about it. And think about if you would do the same the other way around. You don't have to think about it. Think about how many times you've given your husband a little hint and he didn't pick it up and you were like, forget it. Forget it. I'm not putting myself in that position to be rejected. Okay? Meanwhile, your man's got to be all like, ooh, I love you, kisses, hugs, this. And you're like, stop it, I'm going to go to sleep. Stop it, I'm tired. Stop, you're being and then eventually you're like, all right. But, that's part of the dance, okay? But if it was the other way around, the first time he goes, oh, I'm kind of tired, you're like, why doesn't he love me anymore? You start crying, weeping, thinking you're ugly, okay? So you can't be saying, this whole feminist liberal ideology that is like a mind virus into women's brains and makes them just turn into the worst kind of people towards their husbands and their partners. This has to go. This is what happens when women don't have any real problems. They have to invent them, okay? 100 years ago, when our grandmothers were washing clothes by hand, dealing with losing babies to illnesses, dealing with real problems, having to farm and milk the animals, they weren't sitting around with free time, idle time, to come up with things that are problems, okay? Men have idle time. They write books. They build cathedrals. They start all kinds of things, sometimes worse. Women start thinking about why their marriage isn't perfect and how, all those years of consensual probably weren't even consensual because now I regret it. More stuff we really need to talk about are the lies that women create. So there's a website, I guess there's Facebook groups that talk about, are we dating the same guy? And this is like, I gotta tell you, this is like the witch covens of old. We're a bunch of banshees who don't have men in their lives and want to invent that it must be a reason besides themselves, start talking themselves into believing that the guy that they dated or want to date is some kind of asshole, okay? So this was posted by a user who said, my little brother got posted on one of these Facebook groups for our city yesterday, 110,000 members. Just a screenshot of his Hinge profile saying, anyone talk to this guy? To give you an idea, my brother is pretty douchey looking, which means attractive. That's all that means. He's probably a good looking, straight white male, which thanks to the Hollywood movie industry, now equates to must be a douchebag. That's it. That's what it means, okay? Because you're threatening to a bunch of ugly women who know you're going to reject them. That's what this is about. So even this girl who says my brother's pretty douchey looking, even she's been taken over by the mind virus. But he's genuinely a cool guy who treats women respectfully. Usually attractive men are like that. They don't have to be mean to women because a lot of women want them. And usually the women that are mean to them are pretty ugly. So she continues, there are 150 plus comments so far. About 4 of these comments are actually from women saying they have met him or gone on a date. The rest are insane, wild speculation. A ton of commenters deciding he must be a serial cheater based on his appearance. A few comments saying he's probably gay. Typical woman, she's going to get rejected, must be gay. My brother sometimes works on weekends. One of them says, I matched with him, but notice he was slow to respond on weekends. It's pretty clear he's hiding something. See, what did I say? Women can't handle rejection. So this woman feels like she's been rejected, right? And now it's got to be because he's hiding something and we have to make something up. So many were gleefully critiquing his appearance, everything from his heavily scrutinized and mocked, from his facial feature to his fashion sense to his beard and everything in between. This was surprising to see, since women usually seem to think he's handsome in real life. Not surprising at all, actually, because he's a good-looking dude. I can guarantee you that most of the women who were saying this were lower in attractiveness than him and know that he would never want anything to do with them. And because of this, they must feel like they are in the power position because they're the ones rejecting him. Oh, he's probably just going to cheat on you. He looks like a douchebag. He's probably gay. What is he really doing on the weekends anyway? Old hag shit, okay? Spinster shit, okay? I guarantee you can go look at these pictures of these girls. Once again, brings me back to the point I started with. Ladies, do not take advice from ugly women. They want to destroy you. So what they realize is this guy is attractive. I'm not going to be able to have him. So if I can attack him to the other girls, I can signal to them that they shouldn't date him either. Then when none of the hot chicks date him, he'll come around to me. Women are scheming. If you think this isn't what's going on, it is. Now, I don't know about this because I'm an attractive lady and I've never had a problem getting a man. My problem is, I don't ever make eye contact because I've been taught that if a man really wants you, he'll find you. Now, what that usually encourages is psychopaths. Psychopaths don't need you to signal them because they're going to get you whether you want them or not. See, normal guys, ladies, they need a sign. And you thinking that you like them and they should know is not a sign. They can't read your mind, no matter how it seems. You've got to look at them in the eyes and smile. I know it's hard. I know you think you're going to die if he doesn't come over. You might have to do it a few times. You might even need to say hello. You've got to be an invitation. Sometimes some guys are not going to want that invitation. You're not going to die. A lot more of the times, guys are going to want the invitation because they don't really get it. Men are treated like shit. They're expected to be beat down time and time again and still be able to get up and approach you. Recognize this and you'll be ahead of the game. You don't have to knock him down. You don't have to tell all the other girls how gross and ugly he is because then maybe you'll get him. You just have to smile and be kind and not be a raging bitch who tells your husband that if he's sexually attracted to you, there's something wrong with him. That's all. More on the takes of feminism. Okay, looks like a very nice girl. You think, all right, this is a good one. Well, hold on. I don't want to bang. I banged like 60 guys in 2 semesters. I need love. Mother bangers. Ha. Okay, ladies, here's a lesson you're not going to like. Body counts are different for men and women. I know that the feminist agenda has convinced you that in order for you to have value, you must act and behave like a man. But you're wrong. Here's the mix-up in your brains. You think that the things you find attractive in men are going to be the things that men are going to find attractive in you, okay? This is the absolute irony of feminism. It claims to elevate women and give them equality to men. And it starts from the assumption that the things that are unique to women are not valuable and must be discarded. This is why it's such an insane death cult, and you do not want to ascribe to it. Here's what I mean. Let me break this down a little bit, okay? This woman is saying, I slept with 60 guys, because she thinks she's signaling to the men, hey, look, I'm desirable and attractive. Look at how many guys I've slept with. You should want me. Why does she do this? Well, because in a female psychology, when we see a man who is desired by lots of women, we go, oh, he's desirable. My fellow witches like him. There must be something great in him. Quick, let me get him. This is why women are attracted to married men. Somebody else has vetoed him and screened him and affirmed he's quality. So we want him because somebody did the work for us. Here's the thing, ladies. Men aren't the same. They don't need a social consensus to know what they like and what they want. So they don't need 60 other guys to have ran through you to know that you're valuable. Their brains don't work the same way, okay? In fact, it's the opposite for them. Let me get to that in a second. Men will like you and evaluate you based on their own criteria and judgment. I know this is a foreign thought for us because we need community approval. We need community consensus. That's why when you put women in charge of companies, decisions don't get made. Everybody's got to agree. We all have to come to a consensus. We have to talk about how this feels. And then it's 2 months later and the company's bankrupt. Okay? That's why men are uniquely suited to leadership positions and women are uniquely suited to raising children. That's not a knock. Feminism has taught you that being uniquely suited to raising children is not valuable. What a load of shit. So when you say to men, I've slept with 60 guys, they're not registering it the way you are. They're registering it as, oh God, everybody's had this woman. I don't want it. Why? Let me explain a little something to you. Men have pride and they have possession. So I know feminism taught you, you don't want to be a possession of your husband. That's another load of shit. If you're a possession of your husband, he feels a sense of duty to you, a sense of duty to protect you, to care for you. Why? Because you're his. Think about the things that you own. You want to maintain them and keep them well. If it's somebody else's car, you don't care. You're not going to bring it to the car wash. So it's not a problem. But when 60 other men have had you, you've now been the possession of 60 other men. Suddenly this man can't have that kind of pride. If he takes you to a barbecue and 3 of the men who have had you there, he's going to feel like a cuck because he's going to know that they've seen something that should have been his. This is why women were traditionally virgins until marriage and men weren't. You can say whatever you want, but our society has fallen, and it's fallen specifically because feminism convinced women that this was a bad thing, that it was a bad thing to make sure that the guy you were going to give your body to would give you a commitment for life to take care of you and be with you. That instead, what you should do is give your body freely to men who give you nothing in return, have accomplished nothing, and aren't even going to call you the next day. Whoa. This is why a lot of you feel so bad after casual encounters. You can see plenty of TikTok videos of women walking after, crying, going, if this is right, why does it feel so wrong? You have to unpack this because the feminist propaganda has brainwashed you against your own instincts. It's told you that your instincts come from social manipulation. This isn't true. Your instincts are trying to tell you something. The brainwashing is trying to take away your instincts so you will do things to harm yourself, like sleeping with 60 guys and then broadcasting it. Don't do that. The other reason women think that this is an accomplishment is because we intuitively know that it is hard for men to sleep with 60 women. Harder, right? Yeah, the top classes of men, sure, okay? But most men aren't in that. So if a man says he slept with 60 women, we're like, whoa. Now we think somehow it's the same accomplishment the other way around. Here's why else that's not an accomplishment. It's very easy for women to get a man to have sex with them. Super easy. So easy, you could walk down the street and find 3 willing men before you reach the end of the block. Here's the other issue. That doesn't mean that those 3 willing men are quality men. So you're advertising that you slept with 60 men, and I can guarantee you that the majority of those men were not high caliber men, because if they were, you would have tried to lock them down in a relationship. That's the truth. So Sarah, okay, if you want love, I'd encourage you to take a period of chastity and repentance and realize the way that you have been lied to and the error and folly of your judgment, and start to love yourself enough to not just give your body away to somebody who buys you a couple of drinks. Let's see what else we got here. See what this woman's saying.
I need to, okay, realistically, if I want kids by about 28, but I want to be married for probably 2 years before having kids, I need to have a husband and be married by 26. And then I'm going to be engaged for probably about a year, you know, to plan the wedding and do all that stuff. So I need to be a fiance. I need to be engaged by 25. But then, you know, usually before you get engaged, you're probably dating the person for about 2 years. I feel like that's a good amount of dating someone.
You don't have to do that.
That means that I'm going to have to basically meet this person by 23? 22? Wait a second. I'm very much single. So how is this going to work? Because my plans are getting a little, like, I actually have to meet someone tomorrow to have this be my life. What the fuck?
Yeah, there we go. The feminists have lied to you, ladies. I'm sorry. You know, it's hard to come to the reality of the truth. I didn't until very late in my life. I'm fortunate because I'm attractive, but it doesn't always happen. Youth is beauty. I was way more attractive when I was younger. Well, maybe not because I was fat, but you guys get the point. Okay? Now, look, if you're older, I don't want you to take a black pill and feel like all hope is lost, because that's what the demons want. They want you to be despondent and discouraged and black-pilled. No, but it should be a wake-up call, okay? The truth hurts when you're living in a lie, because you've got to stop everything you're doing and make a change, which is very difficult. And you have to face the reality of the losses that you have suffered as a consequence of living in a lie. And the longer you live in a lie, the more consequences there are. That's the truth. So the best time to have woken up was 10 years ago. But the second best time is today, because you're cutting the losses that will continue. They will continue. And this young girl is realizing that, hey, actually, I don't have all the time in the world. And if I do want this plan of getting married and having children, I need to start doing that now. And this is the reality, okay? And the truth of the matter is, despite all of the propaganda that's been pushed into your brains, girls, you do want to get married. You do want to have kids. Most of the time. And those of you who don't, you might want to check the Zio-banking programming that has made you into an antinatalist. We've been suffering this for the last 50 years. My generation had it the worst. Okay? Thankfully, Gen Z is sort of waking up and realizing some stuff, but you guys have some other difficulties like the economy. But once again, keep faith, persevere, because there will be a way made for you. Just trust it. That being said, you have to come to the reality of, what do I really want? Do I really want to be out in the city every night getting drunk with my girlfriends because it's fun? Or would I like to start a stable life with someone, have some children, raise a family, and have a fulfilling life? Think about it, okay? Most women, if you give them the option from being the boss bitch that they've been told to be, but you don't have a family and you don't have kids, or not being a boss bitch, but being married to a guy who can provide and having a family and having kids, if they were honest, they would tell you that they would pick this option. Because this option is pretty lonely. And not just for women, it's actually pretty lonely for men too. The reason that men try to succeed in business is so that they can attract a good mate and raise a family. That's the truth. A life without a partner and without children and without a family is pretty lonely. Okay? All you have to do is look at those 40 plus women that are over 40 and are now like having cats as pets and convincing themselves that they don't want this, and they all have to be on anti-anxiety medication to bury the reality of what's going on. Okay? And I don't say this with a light heart, and I don't say it as somebody who hasn't had to do the same things. I say it out of love and compassion, which you're not going to get from the Marxist feminists who want to destroy you. But if you really think about it, you do not gain anything from fun. There's nothing to gain. Nothing. Fun is like eating cotton candy when you need a meal. Going out drinking and having a casual hookup with somebody who you're never going to see again is the cotton candy. It's great the first couple of bites, okay? Then you wake up and you have AIDS. So think about it. What are they really selling you, okay? As someone who lived in New York City in my 20s and was out there, hanging out with the girls. Now, I wasn't going around doing, all the shenanigans that they say. But I was in denial about the reality of what I wanted. Deep in my heart, every time, it'd be like, okay, am I going to meet somebody solid? Now, like I said earlier, I couldn't make eye contact, so the people I met were psychopaths. I married one of them. That was a horrible situation. But the truth was that deep in my heart, I wanted to find a partner. That was the truth. But I couldn't face that because feminism told me that that was a wrong and sinful desire, that somehow I was weak for wanting these things. And the whole culture is built around teaching girls that it's weak to want to get married and have kids and have a family. What a load of shit. That's why girls will always try to be cool, right? Oh, I'm cool. I'm a cool chick. No, we don't have to talk about being serious. I don't want to be that weird, creepy girl. Ladies, nope. Don't let the men take advantage of this and ruin you because of it. No, you lay down the law. Nope, I'm not here doing casual stuff, okay? You want to be with me sexually? It's going to involve a commitment. You know what's going to happen? A lot of men are going to walk away. Good. You're not losing anything. Let me tell you something. A man who walks away from you when you say, I will not be intimate with someone outside of a committed relationship headed towards marriage, only had bad intentions for you. He's selfish. He's looking to use you. He never thought anything serious of you, and he certainly didn't respect you. So you didn't lose anything, even though it's going to feel like that, okay? And what this does is it frees up your time from being used and abused by people who don't have good intentions for you, who are only thinking about themselves and their own bodily pleasure. And it makes you be able to discern which guys are of this intent so that you can sift them out and find the ones that are serious. The second thing it does is it raises respect for you in the eyes of this men. So some of them are fade away. Some of them are just kind of lost and confused too, because remember, they're suffering from the same propaganda we've been suffering from. And they might realize that, wait a second, well, I might want something more. Well, let me get to know this person. Then you might get to know each other and realize, it's not going to really work. Once again, free up your time from being wasted. Because otherwise, when you get physically intimate with someone, you're going to get bonded. And even if you're not right for each other, you're going to waste each other's time for a long while before you're willing to walk away. And then, it's like years down the road, and maybe the person who would have been right for you got married to somebody they shouldn't have got married to too. Right? So there's a whole bunch of stuff. And why on God's green earth am I telling women this? Because God has given us a special ability. We have the ability to not be totally run by our libido. Men don't have the same ability. They've got to develop this, and it takes them a little while. But the reason that women have been given this ability is so that they can protect themselves. Can you imagine if we were just as horny as men are? It would be really hard to screen out these guys who want to use you. So, there's wisdom in the divine plan, is what I'll say. Okay? And the last thing that I'll say is it seems that feminism has the only liberation that feminism seems to have brought women is the liberation to sell themselves back into sex slavery. Because every single girl, the minute she gets free, seems to be going on OnlyFans and selling her body online, okay? So this chick said, the lowest grade I got in college is this, fast tracking to get a graduate degree before becoming a mother. See, the eventual goal of being a PhD. Why do you need a PhD? You need a PhD to be a mother? What are you going to do with that? What's your real intention, okay? Now, I'm not saying that women can't have PhDs and they can't make contributions to science and philosophy. There are that. Most women aren't going to do that. Most men aren't going to do that, right? Most men are going to work a job that's going to help them provide for their families. Nothing wrong with that. Some men are going to be high-level thinkers, analysis, and leaders who are going to change the world. Can't be all men, can't even be most men, because it doesn't work that way. Most women are just going to be mothers, if they're lucky, and raise the next generation of children. There's nothing wrong with that. Some women are going to be high-level thinkers, philosophers, and leaders who are going to help the men change the world. That's the reality, okay? So the biggest psyop we have put on women is that all of them have to be career boss bitches, and if they're not, they've somehow failed. So this woman feels like she has to get a PhD on her way to becoming a mother, when the truth is she just wants to be a mother. Second tweet, just got my tuition bill. Guess I have to do corn now. Okay? And I'm not going to show the picture because it's going to be a YouTube video, but she basically shows her boobs with some nipple covers. You want to be a mother? Seriously? Any man with any sense is not going to want you to be the mother of his children. Because if you have a daughter, you're going to teach her the same morality you want. And the last thing men want is for their daughter to be used the way you were. So you're going to find a beta lower tier male who you're not going to respect and who you're going to say things to like, do you have to grope my body every time you see me half naked? That's what you're going to do. So girls, the lesson is don't be like this. Don't fall into this trap. And if you have, pull yourself out. Pray for help and pull yourself out, because it is possible. It is possible to turn your life around, but you've got to realize and come to a reckoning of the reality of where you're at. So that's it. Those are my thoughts for today. Please remember to like and subscribe. Comment below things you want me to cover in the next video. All right.
So there was
Yeah.
people saying, after this discussion that I was disrespectful to the good black bishop there, who of course is a made up bishop. So I wanted to show respect for my creator. And so hence Yakub. Like a minute later, this guy with champion doesn't believe in liberation theology.
Or reaches accommodation with
If Jesus was a girl, what's this? What's this shit? What's this shit?
This video is called If Jesus Was a Girl.
Claude's walking around out there in his boxers, and I'm sitting here with Ezzy, and I was just doing the dishes and listening to a video by Terence McKenna. It's called A Message to Artists from Terence McKenna from the McKenna Counterculture YouTube channel, and the date on it was 1990. I'm not sure that that was the actual date of when Terence McKenna recorded this message to artists. But what he was saying was that, you know, basically the same thing I've been saying. We're at a dead end. He called it a fire in a madhouse. We're in a fire in a madhouse at this point. And he was discussing, like, how do we catalyze consciousness to move forward? How to, like, get out of the cancel culture where everyone's going to be normal and, you know, fit in and wear the appropriate thing and say the appropriate thing and believe what science, the seance, has told us. So he was talking about language and how culture must be redefined because we are the custodians of life here. We are. And what I've been noticing in my videos, and last week, yes, I made a very clear statement about the predator mind because I found out that Diablo Radio International was making videos of my videos, and so I had about 200 additional assholes commenting on my videos. And
Wait a second. I didn't realize she was going to mention me. Listen to this. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Watch this.
very clear statement about the predator mind because I found out that Diablo Radio International was making videos of my videos, and so I had about 200 additional assholes commenting on my videos. And so I was talking about, like, when you watch a video, why are you watching it? Are you watching it because you want to get me? Because you want to argue? Because you want to hate somebody? Because you want to negate people who are thinking? And, you know, people will say in this video, oh, don't listen to Terence McKenna because he was an MK Ultra or he was a druggie or whatever. But do you see your mind in this? Do you see how you have taken up the predator mind of the cancel culture? Because I'm just exploring ideas, right? I said we're here to study the mechanics. You have to learn what is going on here. And in that case, you might have to listen to controlled opposition or what you would call an agent, because they have to tell you. And I shared a video, you know, and some different excerpts on the community posts this week about the men in suits who warned us, don't do this thing because it's irreversible. And then people will say, oh, you can't trust anybody in suits, but you must listen because the culture will tell you what you have just consented to. And that's in the court of law. What is consent? You were told it's irreversible. Okay, so hate does seem to be the way that most people are operating. So when I'm listening to someone's video and someone says, nobody reads books anymore, and I've read 3 books this week, you know, working on my 4th, going through the Amazon books of the archaeology of the Amazon women again, I don't argue, you know, when in someone's video they say no one reads books, I don't say, oh, I read 4 books this week, plus did a bunch of research on people that I consider galactic walk-ins, you know? So...
Yes, ladies love El Diablo. They don't love this chick. Real women do not fall for Lolita Caroli. She's talking about me, if you can believe it. Look at the dummies over there in her chat. It's all women. It's all women that want to be part of some kind of weird matriarchy. It's weird. Oh, look at, there's a comment here from this feminist male, Todd. Her only male viewer said that Diablo channel, same guy as the Sandy Machine. He is one of the biggest assholes on YouTube. Ironically, he calls himself a saint. He stalked me once, really. Todd, I don't remember who you are. I've never stalked you. What are you talking about? Stalked you. Do you know what the word means? I don't even know who you are. His audience attacked you. Look at him laughing to tears. What a male feminist. He says my audience attacked him first. And then I called him a fanboy of Lolita. Well, you are a fanboy. He's happy to be a fanboy of hers. Wow. The Sanity Machine did this to me when I went to my channel and played a video when I defended this channel whilst he was talking mean about Lolita. I made all my videos private after that, felt horrible and exposed. He called me a Karen. What a horrible person. Oh no, I called you a Karen. Oh my goodness. Look who's over there, Stephanie Farlow, that great big old bitch. So here's her avatar. Does she look like this? Does she look like this? Look at her talking about daemons. Where do you think she got that from? Demon with a D-A-E-M-O-N. Such a copycat. Total copycat. Stephanie. She's a big old bitch. She's a big old bitch. The big fat bitch.
Okay, guys, so much to talk about, so much going on, but I wanted to make this video real quick, which I'm doing for TikTok and YouTube.
El Diablo, El Diablo. So this one here looks like, what would I say for Stephanie? Well, she looks like she ate her former self and 20 more. I mean, Jesus Christ. This is a fan of Lolita. El Diablo, El Diablo.
Just because I think it's like the end of times are upon us right now, so I feel like this stuff supersedes anything else.
She feels like what? Eating? The end of times are upon us, she says. Is she a Christian? Believer in Revelations? What is she talking about? End of times. What's going to happen when the grocery stores go empty? What are you going to do? Well, you could live for years.
That we should be talking about. So the other night I had a dream that our consciousness, I was being shown these discs, and they were like little tiny microscopic discs with numbers on them. And, you know, of course I talk about the whole Stargate thing, Elon Musk being Marduk, definitely has really bad plans for us. He's not even human. He's okay, guys, so much to talk about, so much going on, but I wanted to make this video real quick, which I'm doing for TikTok and YouTube.
Heavy breathing, just sitting there. She's not exercising. She can hardly breathe, just sitting there. So this is Jabba the Steph Farlow. Stephanie Farlow. Jesus, Stephanie Farlow loves Lolita. Oh, man. Oh, man. The creatures on YouTube, Jesus Christ.
What's up, guys? It's been a long time.
Oh.
So, got through the holidays, was sick twice, still have some stuff going on. You could hear it in my voice. Seems like everyone I talk to has something going on. with these really bad colds. And I hear people saying the same thing that I've been saying is, I never got sick like this. I never got sick this much. So there's definitely something going on, if you know what I mean, as far as what's being put out into our atmosphere. But anyway, while I was taking my little break over the holidays and stuff, someone sent me a book, my friend Brandon, called Can You Stand the Truth? And believe it or not, I'm only on page 3 something. It's 827 pages long. I skip a lot of the sources because I feel like they're in conflict with what the book is even saying. But I never throw the baby out with the water, so I understand why the author put them in there. But here we go. Let's get right into it. What does the book say? What are my beliefs? And then you guys come to your own conclusions. So we often say, what the fuck is this place, right? So here's what I've always, not always, but when I started to come upon this information, I definitely gravitate toward the Gnostic interpretations. But understand that they were infiltrated as well. When the Nag Hammadi documents came out, for one, the Apocrypha of John, there's a lot of variations in what it's saying because I think it was messed with. But it is probably the most important document that came to light. So here we go. This is my belief and also what the book's saying. Sophia fell, right? Why did she fall? So in the hypercosmoi, right, there was many of them, right? There were these beings that were created by the unutterable, true, I hate to use the word God, but we will for this video, the unutterable, right? In the pleroma, right? And then the Barbelo was created, right? The Barbelo, which is what came forth, which would be what Jesus would be, right? So, created directly from God. Not created the way we are created, obviously, right? So, Sophia was kind of like in the bottom, right? There was like a hierarchy. She was kind of like bottom, and she represented wisdom. And what happened? She wanted to create something. She didn't do it with her divine counterpart, and she brought forth, because of her power, she brought forth something, and also she did not get the permission from the unutterable. So she brought forth this being that was ignorant. It had the head of a lion, body.
Hello? Hold on a second, everyone. I got a phone call to take care of. Hello? I can barely hear you. Can you speak up? Hello? Oh, you're calling from Ethiopia? You're watching my show and okay. What do you want? What can I help you with? Yeah, I don't own the beast on the screen. That's not a sow. That's not a pig. That's not my cattle. That's a YouTuber. I don't own that thing. That beast. No, I don't own that beast. Okay. You're saying it could feed your country for a year. Well, I know it could, but I don't own that beast. That's a woman. That's an American woman somewhere in, I think, Massachusetts. That's not one of my beasts. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah. I know you're starving over there. I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Ethiopians. I can't help you. That's not. No, you see the glasses on that thing? That is not. That's not. Okay, yeah, that's supposedly a human. It's not a beast. I don't own it. It's not cattle. It's not, and it's not a. No, it's not a big pig. It's not a sow. I know it looks that way. I wish I could help you. Anyway, good luck to you in feeding your country. I know it could feed your country. I know the neck could feed. I know. I realize it. I can see the size of that neck could feed Ethiopia. I know. Anyway, thanks. I got a show to do. Goodbye. I got to go. Okay. All right. I know she could feed Ethiopia, but it's not what it looks like. It has glasses on because it's supposedly a human being.
Of a serpent. You guys know the story, right? Yaldabaoth, they also call him Samael. Socolus is its positive side, right? Because it's duality itself. It's the chief archon. Yaldabaoth, the demiurge, whatever name you choose. Lucifer, definitely. So, she kind of hid this thing away. She put a cloud over it. She didn't want anyone to know. I do believe that she did come forth with what she had done and did seek help and forgiveness. And what do I do with this thing? It's ignorant. It's, vile looking. It's, kind of, I think, let's just call it half divine.
This one on the screen, by the way, I was good towards this thing on the screen. I looked past its size. It said that it banned me. It said to Ian a couple months ago on Ian's channel, it said that it banned me before I would have a chance to start shit with it. It banned me for no reason. It used to watch my channel. It used to come over here to try to get ideas from my channels. But it said that it banned me to Ian. It is a big pile of shit. It really is. And it loves to kiss up to the most demonic programming channels like Lolita and Ian. It loves to kiss up to them. It's a real creepy creature. It's a real disgusting, ugly, fucking fat ass creepy creature. A big blob of shit is what it is. Excuse me. I just guzzled down some Coke Zero. And that's something that keeps my voice going on these long live streams. It's a miracle drink. It's a chemical mess. Team Evil will say that I'm pushing it. I get $1 million every time I mention Coke Zero. These fuckers are jealous. I get $1 million every time I mention drinking Coke Zero. Enjoy more madness. Coke Zero. That's iGuru. That's iGuru. iGuru. Drink Coke Zero. Enjoy more madness. iGuru. And I am the king. This is El Diablo Radio International. The greatest show in every hell realm. Nobody does it better. Nobody. This is the greatest show ever. Period. Yes, I know you worship me, Keith. Creepy Keith. I ran him off YouTube. He got rid of his YouTube channel. All that's left, if you search for the Rebellious Meth Puppet, is videos by me exposing him, showing what a creepy cockroach he is. He ran off YouTube with his tail between his legs. He ran away. 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 And I love it. 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 I love chasing these fucking demons off. I love getting rid of them. Oh, look at, oh, goddamn, look at this thing. Holy shit. We got another weirdo here coming up. What's this?
So here we are, people, once again in the present moment, as always.
Is this a corpse? Is this Weekend at Bernie's? What the fuck is this? Is this thing alive? Look at this thing. Look at this weirdo. What a weirdo. What a weirdo.
Unless you're not, and you're stuck in the mind and thoughts. Unless you're stuck in the matrix programming. Now you're not in the present moment. That's the big game going on. So, what else is there to do, people? Wake people up? Can they be? Should we be concerned? What other mask is there to wear? What other insecurities should we let come in and resonate with and let us get in a mind and thought program? What other illusion shall we fall into? What other box shall we fall into? Deeper in the illusion to get trapped in these matrices. There's many, endless boxes. And it knows just the right one for you, depending on your data. So what else is there to do, people? Really, truly. I see through the game. I see the game, and I'm out here to play games. I'm not a gamer. I never will be a gamer. I'm not in this realm to play a game. I see through it. And more important, I'm not a gamer. I never will be a gamer. I'm not in this realm to play a game. I see through it. And more importantly, I saw through myself. When I was the liar. When I was in illusions and delusions. I see through myself the next day when I'm in an illusion. I see when I'm not myself, and the moment I step outside and look at myself, that's not me, and admit it, that you know what? That was a liar. That was a coward. I see through that program that was running in me. Now that's authenticity. That is vulnerability. Can you truly be vulnerable in this matrix? And be totally ready for whatever it has for you. Standing in your true power. Being fully filled, fulfilled in truth, in your true awareness state. In your true...
Shit. Holy shit. Look at this thing. Look at this pussy on the screen. Look at this. Look at this coochie. Look at this puss. Look at this puss boy on the screen here. He's a real puss boy. Look at the dead eyes on this thing. It looks like the bottom lip got stung by bumblebees or by wasps or something. Not bumblebees, but some kind of wasp or yellow jacket maybe. It got stung, and then the upper lip is almost missing. Like the difference is enormous. What the fuck?
True state of being where you don't need...
Is he starving himself to death? What is he doing?
Anything. You're full and filled. You're fulfilled. In that state, you need nothing. And no one has anything for you. And there's no game to play. There's no mask to wear. This is the truth, my friends. The deep truth. That nobody wants to talk about. That really nobody has gotten to.
Girl, let me hit that coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. Coochie chakra.
And so most are in the mind and thoughts, battling the mind and thoughts, mastering the mind and thoughts. Oh, the Matrix loves that.
Look at his eyes going all over the place. So most are in the mind and thoughts, and the Matrix loves that. You got to be in the present moment, people. In the present moment, people. In the present moment, people. The Matrix loves it in the mind and thoughts. You know? You know?
We need to drop this program altogether and recognize it and know it and create some distance. I was knee deep in this, battling the mind and thoughts, and I was talking earlier about it. Then the mind and thoughts were having me battle the mind and thoughts. Isn't that deep, people? I had the mind and thoughts on my side, battling the mind and thoughts. This is a deep game going on. Very, very deep. And so most are just operating on that program 100%. Like there's nothing to wake up there. Possibly, maybe, but why waste the energy? Why be concerned like it needs to happen for whatever, for the big return, when it's just you that needs to do it? So that is a Matrix energy harvesting machine having to wake up with this grand awakening that's never going to happen and not happening. The great awakening is you, and it's always been you. The great asleepening is waking up everyone out there and thinking that that needs to happen, thinking it needs to happen. But in the knowing, you know it doesn't. And you know the liar in you, and you call yourself out. That's a true, authentic being. Of course. So the real and rawness really isn't out there. It's just a bunch of perception wars, a bunch of games. Most of these conversations online and these people talking and talking and talking, it's all a big, it's a big Tower of Babel going on. Everyone has their Tower of Babel erected and just babbling words that mean nothing. No true raw intention flowing from them in that true state. No true, not even thoughts, just in that raw state of flow that is indescribable. They're just, it's all speaking from here. Their computer, the data, the machine. They've already merged with the machine, people. That's the man-machine merger. It's right here in the mind and thoughts. And all the games and boxes out there. This is the man-machine merger. It's already happened. It's already happened. The choice is now, not in 2040. Not when the fake mark of the beast comes. This is the mark of the beast. You already got it. It's not an external thing or entity. It's you. You're it. That fake character you are. The fake illusions and delusions. How inauthentic you are. That mask you're wearing. That's not you. Those insecurities you're resonating with. That false state of self that you're projecting on people like you're this whatever you're really not. Just to make people like you. That's the mark of the beast, my friend. That is the program. That is the Matrix. And it's in you. It's not out there. The frequency gates are inside of you. And it always has and always will be until you truly return. If you can, of course. Been beginning to wonder about a lot of people. But I'm not concerned. I really don't wonder anymore. A lot of people will be until you truly return. If you can, of course. Been beginning to wonder about a lot of people. But I'm not concerned. I really don't wonder anymore. So there's no power to gain or energy to gain out there. I am full of power. I am powerful. You know? And I am fulfilled. Therefore, nothing's needed. I am in a state of being that is, I don't need to transmit or receive any energy to be fulfilled or whole or powerful. I am that. Because I recognize the liar here in me. I recognize it within me. That's true power. Not recognizing the power out there and what they're doing, what they've done, and what they're going to do, and what they're doing. They need to wake up. We need to do this. And battling the machine. Oh, it loves that. It loves when you go to battle with it. When you're not at that war within. It wants you on that external battle playing the game. Of course. Obvious, right? I see through it all. I truly do. And I refuse to play the game. I refuse to not be myself and not be authentic. I refuse to wear a mask anymore. I'm done with it. I'm ready to be always authentic and vulnerable. I don't care who likes it or doesn't like it, or understands my message, or my expression, or where I'm at, or who I am. That's the Matrix game. That's going to get me back into mind and thoughts. That's going to bring in insecurities and worries, and it's a big mind game. No, thank you. To walk in that every step with no concern. I am fully fulfilled, and full of power, powerful at all times, and I will walk in it and I will be it. And I need nothing else, and no mask, and no lie, or no illusion. And I don't need to prove nothing to nobody. And nor do you. So with that, I appreciate you all. Gratitude. I'll see you on the next one.
Ian stopped saying, much love, people. Much love, people. Now he says gratitude. He changed that due to me. Due to me saying, much love, people. I'm having an impact on these demons. Teasing the demons. Teasing the demons.
A Federal Hill couple is recovering after police say they were assaulted by a group of juveniles.
Investigators say one juvenile was armed with a 2x4 with nails.
Hi, Mary. Baltimore police confirm no arrests have been made in this case. We did obtain the 911 dispatch audio, which indicates one of these suspects may have been as young as 8 years old. Take a listen.
The Tesco Street female open line states that a large group vandalized her home, then attacked her. Weapon involved 2x4 with nails, bricks.
5 to 6 number one males. One of them very young, possibly 8 years old, in a blue hoodie. And we're going to have a number 2 male with it's going to be minor puncture wounds to his torso.
Imagine for a moment that there was a neighborhood in a United States city that was 87% black. Now, this neighborhood was known for actually having very low crime compared to the surrounding city. However, there seems to be a series of incidents, a lot of them, but not all of them, involving juveniles that happen to be white, coming into the area and just committing disgusting acts of violence against the people who lived in this particular area, to the point where they feel like they need to be driven away. Again, even though they represent the majority of the population of this particular area, even though they've built a community over the course of generations, even though compared to the rest of the city, when you look at the different buildings in this particular neighborhood, they look absolutely fantastic, they've decided that they need to pack up and leave, and this is a growing sentiment due to the fact that the youths, a minority of youths in this hypothetical white youths, are coming in and attacking them, throwing rocks, hitting them with 2x4s, and causing all sorts of chaos. Well, unfortunately, this is the reality for the Federal Hill neighborhood of Baltimore. However, the races are reversed from how I presented it in the open. This is an area that is 87% white, and for whatever reason, even though this is traditionally a safer area of Baltimore, in that they don't have a lot of homicides in this particular neighborhood, it turns out there is an uptick in juvenile crime, people coming in and trashing the place. And one of the notable incidents that caught my attention from this week was an incident involving youths that were throwing rocks at a couple and ended up striking a couple with a 2x4 that had nails in it, in a senseless crime that again is becoming all more common in the Federal Hill neighborhood of Baltimore. And that's what we're going to talk about today. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money, okay?
Now, I spoke with that male victim off camera. He didn't want to talk, but Baltimore police confirmed the attack happened outside their home here on Patapsco Street near South Charles Street in the early evening back on Sunday, May 11th. Investigators say the juveniles used their hands, rocks, and a 2x4 with nails sticking out of it during this assault. The nails, were told, caused puncture wounds to the male victim. Both refused medical treatment. Now, you may recall just last week we showed you this line of cars with shattered windshields, also in Federal Hill. Neighbors say juveniles were to blame, as well as for an assault on a woman near Rashfield. We're told young people dumped dirty water on her head. A community leader then said he's voiced his concerns with city and state leaders and agencies, but the cases continue, and he believes it's time for a national platform.
The police are doing everything that they can. I know that they are doing an exceptional job with technology, tracking down these individuals, identifying them, getting warrants, arresting them. But then when it goes to the next phase of the accountability part, DJS just lets them go, and they're back here on the street. I've spoken to every elected leader. I think the only way that something is going to change now is if it becomes a national issue and if the national media put it on TV.
Now look, the reason I presented this hypothetical to you guys in the beginning of this video in the way that I did is because obviously had this been an issue of 87% of this neighborhood being a black neighborhood, it being a peaceful neighborhood where not a lot of crime goes down, however the youth from a neighboring white area ends up coming in and tearing up the joint, attacking people at random, people would infer that there was some kind of racial motivation. If you heard from a bunch of different residents in this neighborhood about how they don't feel safe where they grew up, where their community is, and now they're considering leaving.
This is becoming really dangerous, you know, and you don't want to be walking around the streets. It's scary.
For Boyd, as the crimes continue coming in, her family is now considering moving out.
We love our community and we don't want to leave, but when this type of thing happens, it's almost as if you have to, you know, and I don't want to be at that point.
This would be reported by the national media as these people being driven out by the evil white racist youths that don't respect the peaceful black people. However, race is not even mentioned throughout the course of this segment, and I've gone down the rabbit hole on this Federal Hill area, and one of the things that I discovered is that they will wait to have a homicide as compared to the rest of Baltimore until like 6 or 7 months throughout the course of the year, because traditionally this is a safe enclave. This is a separate area from Baltimore proper, even though it's in the city, due to the fact that the population just doesn't act in the way that they do in the rest of Baltimore. However, we do have an uptick in black youths robbing the place, tearing it up.
BPD confirming in the last 2 weeks, they've received 5 reports of men on bikes smashing car windows with golf clubs. So far, no arrests made, but the department acknowledging detectives are investigating if these cases are connected or committed by the same people. Back on Riverside Avenue, just a few blocks up from the damaged cars, more shattered glass outside a neighborhood pub, a window pane missing, and the Outpost front door. right next to the lock.
And to be clear, it really does need to be emphasized that it's less about the robbery, the crimes of poverty that we hear about from the left, and more about causing terror and having fun than anything else in this particular area. And it's sad to see all these people just getting ready to leave the city of Baltimore based on the fact that their neighborhood is no longer safe. But make no mistake about it, it's definitely a good idea for them to get gone. Now, we're going to pivot to prior to this, which is mentioned in the local news segment that I highlighted about the rocks and the 2x4 attack, to tell you about another attack where a man was robbed for his pizza, and during the course of the robbery, he was struck over the head and he was nearly blinded, again, all for a pizza.
We are hearing from a man who may lose his sight in one eye after a violent attack in Federal Hill over the weekend. The victim believes the suspects are juveniles. One of them beat him with a metal pole and took off with his pizza.
The victim had picked up a pizza at Ann Pizza just up the street. He was walking home when the suspects approached him. They took his pizza but didn't take anything else, left him with his phone and his wallet, but they hit him with that metal pole and it caused him to have a hole in his retina, a torn iris, and a fractured nose.
I'm sure people would see this and say, just leave. And maybe that's what we do.
Scarred with a gash on his face, John Berardi may move out of the Federal Hill neighborhood he loves. He no longer feels safe after 3 suspects attacked him just after 11 Saturday night as he walked home with a pizza.
Look, it's incredibly sad to hear that people don't feel safe in the neighborhood that they grew up in, that they want to stay in, that they enjoy otherwise, based on the fact that they've been victimized by criminals. But you should get gone from the city of Baltimore, because even if you're in a nice enclave, guess what? This story is proof positive that you are not safe in this particular city. One of the things that annoyed me about the previous local news segment is that they actually approached somebody who had surveillance video of a break-in that happened at his property. However, the people in this area are so left-wing, they've been so trained to just tolerate criminality that they have a policy of not releasing the surveillance video, even though, again, the people who broke in were armed, were dangerous, and likely, because they haven't been caught, have been repeat offending, and maybe, just maybe, were the suspects that attacked this individual right here.
And just down the street, a break-in reported at Pure Raw around 3 a.m. Wood from the doorframe splintered from the forced entry. Off camera, the juice bar's manager telling Fox 45 it's company policy not to release surveillance video publicly, but he did show us the footage privately.
Now, in the video that I was shown, this camera captured what appears to be 3 young men dressed in all black and wearing ski masks kicking in the front door. One of them holding a hammer, another holding a gun. And it's unfortunately not the first time this has happened.
But this story, even the way that it's presented at this moment in time, is a little bit off. Even the setup, the prelude that I gave you guys about this man being struck during the course of a robbery for his pizza was not entirely accurate, because when you watch the surveillance video, what you ultimately end up discovering is that they struck him afterwards. They hit him over the head with a pole for fun after he already surrendered the pizza.
The assault was captured on surveillance video WJZ obtained. The suspects follow Berardi, then grab his pizza. As he walks away, one of them hits him with a metal pole.
And I heard them again behind me, now this time demanding that I give them the pizza, like, threatening me with whatever they had. And I was like, all right, cool, everyone calm down, just take the pizza, it's not a big deal. And I was just turning to walk away. And as I was turning to walk away, one of them just swung and hit me in the face with a metal pole.
So look, I had to freeze frame the video right there, obviously because of YouTube's terms of service, but as you can see, he surrenders the pizza to these criminals. By the way, they are described as juvenile offenders. He doesn't want an altercation. He doesn't want to fight. He turns to walk away, and then he gets struck anyway. So he was not attacked during the course of a robbery. The robbery actually occurred, the mugging happened, and for fun, these youths decided it would be a good idea to crack him over the head, blinding him, tearing a hole in his retina, again, just for the fun of it, just for the enjoyment. Had we seen a crime like this happen, again, in the hypothetical situation that I presented to you in the beginning of this segment, this would, of course, be national news. This would be described as evil white racism. This would be described as cruelty, when in reality, this is just another aspect of the knockout game. And I know these people stole the pizza, so maybe they're just starving, maybe they're just hungry, but I have a different theory, that these people aren't innocent Baba Angel Aladdins who didn't do nothing wrong, who are just trying to feed their starving family. They're people who go out and they want to target those that they see as weak, and guess what? Time and time again, they happen to see white individuals as weak, so they're attacking them. So while this might not be a hate crime in terms of motivation, it might not be due directly to the fact that they hate white people. There's a reason they chose this neighborhood. There's a reason that they keep choosing this neighborhood. And there's a reason they decided, even though this guy surrendered the pizza, and by the way, he had his phone, his wallet, all that stuff that they didn't take, that they wanted to crack him over the head. They enjoyed it. They had fun. I'm sure if you found written accounts of this particular story, they were laughing after they did this. And one of the reasons why is because it's called the knockout game, because to the perpetrators, they play it for fun. This was done for enjoyment. And again, this is a good reason to move out of your neighborhood. Look at this man's face. Look at what he has been through as a consequence of just trying to get a pizza in what is a comparatively safe area of Baltimore on a Saturday night.
Video captured moments later shows what he believes are the suspects, one swinging that metal pole, another with a broom, walking casually down a nearby alley.
A little bit of state of shock, definitely bleeding bad. I couldn't see it in my eye, didn't know what was going on. Luckily, the house opened up, a bunch of people came out, and they were probably looking to go out that night, and they saw me. I just asked them for help.
So we're told by the local news that this is surveillance video of who are believed to be the suspects based on the fact that they match the outfits of the suspects in the previous video. And I think it is quite notable that they're not even holding the pizza box that they took from him at this moment in time. Now, they could have eaten it because they are starving, according to our left-wing progressives, but in reality, it is very likely they just flung the pizza aside. They didn't even want it at all. They liked inflicting the pain, and one of the indications of that is the fact that one of these youths, one of these teenagers, one of these teens is recreating the swing, and they appear to be having a good time, enjoying themselves. Again, it was about inflicting pain on this person, and in that goal, they 100% achieved it.
Berardi says it took another 45 minutes for police to respond.
And it's something terrible like this happens, and you realize cops don't come for 45 minutes. They're never going to catch these people, and if they do, they'll just be back on the street. And then you're just stuck with a medical bill and loss of eyesight, Mm-hmm. And for what? And what's where's justice?
It was completely shocking and didn't feel real at all. I could not believe it. It was completely jarring and just terrifying.
Now look, I'm not shocked at all by the way that these people are being presented to the local news media, where essentially they're revealing that they're totally ignorant about the city that surrounds them. And again, that is a consequence of the fact that they live in a relatively safe enclave in the city of Baltimore, and they can't imagine this. And in addition to that, the local news media is not really highlighting that this happens, that these kind of attacks are not all that rare, and honestly, that they are done for fun. This is almost never reported. In fact, I get pushback on my channel when I point this out, even though there are decades of documented cases of these kind of vicious attacks where the suspects didn't have a motivation at all. They just did it for fun. Again, it's called the knockout game because it's played for fun, for entertainment. But this is a textbook case of that, where this guy was injured totally unnecessarily. He already surrendered. He was walking away. And what ultimately ended up happening when he tried to comply with the criminals is that he ended up losing his eyesight. And the 45-minute response time, crazy, insane, just another indication that they won't catch these suspects. They will offend again. And again, when they don't actually get what they want, when they try to rob somebody as a pretext, as an attack, the beating is going to be more vicious. Those people are going to get hurt significantly more than this guy, and his injuries are already incredibly serious. And yes, for the love of God, me to you, actual justice warrior to you guy out there and your girlfriend, leave. Get out of this area. Move to a better place. Move away from Baltimore.
Police confirmed Berardi's account of what happened. They could not say whether the suspects are juveniles. They have not made any arrests.
They kind of explained, how they're reactionary, how they're spending a lot of their time catching these kids that are doing these things, and they're just getting released the same day back to their parents, and nothing's changing.
So the local news media tells us something that's completely stupid, which is the police confirm this incident actually occurred, which again, the surveillance video confirms this incident occurred. But of course, there were no arrests made at that time, despite the fact that you have a bunch of surveillance cameras all over the place documenting this particular incident. Now, I also would like to point out that there are local news segments throughout Federal Hill talking about how they're going to fight this youth crime by putting up surveillance cameras, but in reality, surveillance cameras hours don't prevent criminality, and a 45-minute response time for an area that is often afflicted with this type of criminality is not going to be a solution. And again, the sentiment
There's a hatred in South Africa that's been coming from politicians like Julius Malema and those guys that's calling for farm murders with the songs as kill a bull, kill a farmer.
In the heart of the South African countryside, there is a monument that stands as a solemn reminder of the tragedies that have befallen the farmers and their families. The White Cross Monument, also known as the Plaasmoorde Monument, is tended to by a caretaker named Chris.
The monument was started quite a few years back in the early 2000s to get people's knowledge back and to let them know about the farm murders, so that they can see the count of farm murders.
Wake up. Wake up. I've known about this for about a decade. Wake up. Wake up. Stop pretending that we're all the same. We're not.
Taking place in South Africa at the moment.
Chris has been the guardian of the White Cross Monument for many years, dedicating his life to the memory of the farmers and their families who have lost their lives to violent attacks.
There's a bit of controversy about the final figure of murders that took place in South Africa, but at the moment we're sitting with about 2,500 crosses here, each and every one with a name on it, a physical name that belongs to a farmer that's been murdered in South Africa. It's the date.
86.
He was 86 years old.
Okay,
He's been murdered on the 14th of July 2019.
Yeah.
Now, he's a 6-year-old man.
Yeah.
What defense can he put up? Zero.
Yes.
The newest crosses that we put up was in that wing there.
Okay.
Was basically last year's. And the youngest cross here is for a 2-year-old girl.
The violence against farmers in South Africa has been an ongoing issue, with many questioning the motives behind the attacks.
You must never be scared to kill. A revolution demands that at some point there must be killing, because the killing is part of a revolutionary act.
Now, the way a sentence is structured, you say, we are not calling for the slaughter of white people, at least for now. That means at some future date, we may call for the slaughter of white people. Is that correct?
Let's deal with that at that future date. I don't know what's going to happen.
So you're saying you are not ruling out that in the future you may very well call for the slaughter of white people?
It may not be me.
Could it be you?
It could be me, yes, but it may not be me.
Yeah, so it could be you. You could, at some future date, call for the slaughter of white people.
What will necessitate that?
You tell me.
I don't know. Why would I do that?
You've said you could do it in the future, is that correct?
I can't guarantee that I can't do it or I won't do it.
So right now,
so I'm
if I
not
asked
ruling
you to
out that
pledge,
possibility.
If I asked you to pledge, to say, I will never call for the slaughter of white people, would you make that pledge?
I will do it with ease.
Make that pledge.
Why would I do that?
I'm asking you to make that pledge. You said I will do it.
I won't do it.
Make the pledge.
I won't do it.
You won't do it?
Yes.
I understand.
Hey guys, my name is Modi and you are welcome to Modi Speaks. So this video is going to be longer than my usual videos because there is a lot to cover, okay? There's a lot of misconceptions and false information out there, and I am hoping to clear up a few things regarding this South African white refugee situation. So we saw how the corrupt liberals and their media responded to the white South African refugees who were offered refuge by the President of the United States of America. How the media and some nasty individuals are totally pissed off by their arrival. level, okay? They detest the fact that these people who were clearly in need of protection for their lives were given protection by the President of the United States. Many of these liberals and their media have gone on to disqualify these Afrikaners as refugees because these Afrikaners look white, okay? And according to them, people with white skin cannot be refugees. To the left, if you have white skin, you are automatically disqualified as a refugee, even though you are in the most helpless situations. You have to have a skin other than white for you to be classified as a real refugee. For these guys, the only requirement to refugee status is simple. Just don't be white. I personally find it extremely hypocritical that the same media and liberals who can't get enough of refugees, who were overjoyed to have millions and millions of illegal immigrants pouring into their country illegally, illegal immigrants whom in most cases are hardened criminals, okay? Opportunistic people who are posing as refugees who do not even possess the criteria that makes a person a refugee. Many of these individuals are not coming from war-torn zones, okay? They are not being persecuted in their home country. They were not hit by a natural disaster, nothing, okay? But they are freely welcomed by the left because, of course, they are not white, okay? And they will increase the voting population of the left. Now, before we move on, I want to address two things, okay? One, I want to address those liberals who are claiming that the Afrikaners of South Africa are not real refugees, okay? And second, I want to address those angry that Donald Trump specifically lent out a protective arm to these refugees. Now, let's discuss number one.
Alliance, shoot to kill, Gaza. Kill the poor, the farmer. Kill the poor, the farmer. Brr, pa, pa. Brr, pa, pa.
According to police figures, 71 people were murdered on South African farms in the year to March 2017. But farmers say that figure doesn't reflect the full extent of the violence.
The one bullet went through here, went through there, through the chair into the wall there.
In February, armed robbers stormed this farmhouse and opened fire. Estelle Nieuwenhuizen's partner was shot repeatedly at close range.
I was shot 2 times there, one here, and the other one went in here. And it went out of the back of my neck.
The attackers tried to take one final shot at Bertus Henrico's head, but the rifle jammed.
I can't get that out of my head, because I believe if that shot went down, the next one was for me.
The robbers escaped and are still at large. Estelle and Bertus have upgraded their security, including an electric fence. But they are left wondering at the motive for the attack. Was it an opportunistic robbery or race-based violence?
Yeah, I am very angry because we haven't done anything to anybody. Why? What is the reason?
I cannot explain it. It's hatred from them. And the most thing they want to do is to disarm our white people. They want our guns, they want our money, and they want our land. That's the main thing.
South Africa's ruling party has denounced the violence.
The ANC has always declared any acts of terror on other human beings to be acts of criminality.
Every night, local farmers go on patrol around Bella Bella. They have little faith in the police, so they look after themselves.
You wait 4 or 5 hours for the police to come out to assist you, so we decide to do a neighborhood watch in our area. It's about 160 square kilometers that our area is, and it works very nice.
By day, Chris Esterhazen runs a local taxidermy business. He's always armed, even in the workshop. He's determined to stay in South Africa, but the fear of being attacked is taking a big emotional toll.
You can't just leave, pack up and leave. There's guys that do it, but in a couple of years they're back. They don't survive overseas. I mean, you put your life... Sorry, this is taking me very seriously. You can't leave this place, really. Sorry.
If you are a human being and you believe that these Afrikaners are not refugees, maybe because they are white, and your liberal brain is hardwired to see whites as excellent, successful, and always the people helping others, not the ones being helped, even though you're going to turn around and accuse white people of claiming to be superior, even though you're the one acknowledging them as superior in your liberal head, okay? Or you think that they're not qualified to be refugees because they look clean and kept and not disheveled and malnourished, or because they appear rich. Well, you must be a very ignorant fool, okay? Sorry to say that, but that is the truth. And also, you are academically lazy, okay? You don't have the energy to conduct simple research. All you have to do was a simple Google search. Who is eligible for asylum? To be eligible for asylum in the United States, a person must first meet the definition of a refugee as established in the Immigration and Naturalization Act. This means that they have a fear of persecution due to their race, religion, nationality, political opinion, or their inclusion in a particular social group. Now, these Afrikaners are pure refugees. These people are being racially persecuted in their own country, by their own country and their own countrymen. You saw the videos I showed you in the beginning of this video, okay? White farmers who were being attacked. In my previous videos on this issue, I showed you guys the verbal threats made by black South Africans and the racist songs of black South African political leaders, powerful men, calling for the Boers, okay, the white people to be killed, the white farmers to be killed. So these guys are escaping racial persecution. We don't have to wait till they are killed to recognize that their life is in danger. Now, to address my second issue, okay, these liberals who are losing their minds because Trump welcomed this handful of Afrikaners have no problems when Joe Biden gave Venezuelans special temporary protection status as refugees, even though they came in hundreds of thousands and they came in illegally, okay? The special temporary protected status gave them the authorization to live and work and protection from deportation. No, they won't talk about that, okay? They will only cry out their eyes because the president decided to give help to a handful of refugees who happen to be white. Only 59 people. I keep saying that South Africa is going to be Zimbabwe 2.0, okay? If you don't know what happened to Zimbabwe, you better go and conduct your research right now, then come back. The same way the government of Zimbabwe, under the control of Robert Mugabe, who, by the way, forcefully ruled over Zimbabwe for 40 years, okay? The same way the Zimbabwe became a wasteland after forcefully seizing farmlands from white farmers and chasing the white farmers out of the land and out of the country, consequently killing a lot of these white farmers and in return causing them to flee in fear for their lives. The land they left behind became totally mismanaged. There was excessive food scarcity. Famine set in. The country was in shambles, okay, until Zimbabwe had to start begging and calling the white farmers to come back and continue their farming. I even saw some videos of villages in Zimbabwe singing and rejoicing when some of the white farmers who were forcefully chased out of the country returned to Zimbabwe. I will insert the video if I find it again, okay? They were singing and dancing, happily overjoyed that their saviors, the farmers, are coming back.
In Zimbabwe, the Negroes love the white farmers coming back because they get food grown for them. This is the way they would treat me in Zimbabwe if I went there.
Mind you, these were the same people claiming that white farmers have taken over their lands and are becoming rich and wealthy at their expense. Zimbabwe, who used to be seen as the breadbasket of Africa, is currently a malnourished child. They effed around and then they found out. Now, South Africa is treading the same path, okay? And all I have to say is that it might even end worse for them. As always, guys, these are my thoughts, these are my opinions, but feel free to share yours in the comment section below, but do so respectfully. Also, if you're not yet subscribed to the channel, honestly, I don't know what you're waiting for. Subscribe to the channel. Like and share this video to keep people informed, and consider joining my membership or buying me a coffee if you like, as a way.
I'm a pastor. Of course, I believe that all lives matter, but right now, black lives are the ones under attack.
Right. All lives matter, but the black ones matter more. Not Asian lives, Mexican lives, Indian lives, Middle Eastern lives, or white lives. None of those have a more important struggle than the black one. Is anyone tired of this yet? Is anyone tired of the female pastor with the LGBTQ sash and her openly racist tier of which race matters the most? I think people actually are, especially when it comes to BLM, because some of the most outspoken people against Black Lives Matter right now are actually black people.
BLM was a scam. It was literally a scam. They had bought mansions and...
Now, BLM didn't start with this, but they are probably the most famous right now for defending George Floyd and causing massive riots over a guy who was about to drive while intoxicated on fentanyl. If you actually watch the arrest video, which seems like nobody who supports BLM did, he is very obviously on drugs and could have easily fallen asleep at the wheel and plowed his car into multiple people. Most importantly, none of the drama would have even happened if he wasn't very actively resisting arrest in the face of cops who are trying to accommodate him.
Could you please crack it for me, please?
Yes, I'll
Remember my
crack
name.
it.
Stay with me, man.
I will.
Please stay with me, man. Thank you.
Listen.
Dang, man.
Listen.
I'm not that kind of guy.
I'll roll the windows down
Please,
and put your
man.
legs in, all right? I'll
Y'all
put the air on.
stop.
So because of the relentless false narratives, open and belligerent racism against white people, and the physical damage from riots that's been done to many different communities, more and more people are starting to reject all of the race baiting that traditionally has worked very well. And proof of this comes in the form of an event that BLM and other forces are trying to turn into a race war. Which brings us to a track meet in Frisco, Texas on Wednesday, April 2nd, 2025. A 17-year-old high school student named Carmelo Anthony stabbed and killed another 17-year-old named Austin Metcalf. After this happened, a Gibson Go fundraiser was made to help with Carmelo's legal defense, and it raised hundreds of thousands of dollars with supporters of Carmelo and BLM activists not only saying a bunch of racist shit and approving of the murder, but also saying that Carmelo was innocent of wrongdoing because the stabbing was self-defense. Now, I agree that everyone deserves their day in court, and Carmelo deserves due process. However, after reading the police report, the likelihood that this will qualify as self-defense in court is almost zero. I'll be adding some extra context to the report, but here it is. There was a light drizzle outside during the track meet, and the officer reported that Carmelo was under a tent that was designated for a different school. Because of that, Austin Metcalf, the victim, and his brother Hunter Metcalf asked Carmelo to leave. Carmelo refused to leave and responded by saying, "Touch me and see what happens." After continuing to refuse to leave, at some point Carmelo is pushed by the victim, Austin, and then he follows up by saying, "Punch me and see what happens." Last, Carmelo stabs Austin Metcalf, runs away, and ditches the murder weapon. Now, there are a couple of different versions of the story with slight alterations, so I'll let Austin's brother Hunter, who was standing right next to him, say what happened.
Your mom told me that you were there.
Yes, ma'am.
If you don't mind, what happened?
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless, and my brother stepped in and said he needs to move. He's like, "Make me move." Austin grabbed his backpack. This kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. And I look at my brother, and I'm not going to talk about the rest, so that's what I saw.
So to argue for self-defense in Texas, your life has to be in immediate danger. Now, the BLM types will point out that the two Metcalf brothers were quite a bit larger than Carmelo, and that's why his life was in danger. However, this happened in broad daylight, and a ton of people were around, and the Metcalf brothers showed no intent of using heavy or lethal force.
There was never a punch even thrown.
So I don't care. There was never a phone broken. We've never had contact with this individual ever.
Not only that, but let's bring up that statute again. In the law, it says that if you provoke the person who you used lethal force against, which Carmelo reportedly did, then you can't claim it's self-defense. So, in my amateur internet lawyer opinion, Carmelo is screwed. You don't get to stab someone because they picked up your bag and pushed you after you asked them to put hands on you. I mean, if someone got stabbed every time a kid was pushed when I was in school, then at least half the student population wouldn't have lived to see graduation.
Doesn't make any sense. I mean, just because the kid was mad, my son is not here anymore, and I don't understand it.
Right, that's what it sounds like. He was looking for a fight or looking to steal people's unprotected items like this commenter said. He ended up causing that fight and then used lethal force because he was mad. And now not only is this 17-year-old kid permanently scarred from having to watch his twin brother die while frantically trying to keep him alive, but Carmelo also emotionally scarred everyone close to Austin Metcalf.
My other son is just crushed. And I feel for him now. He'll never be the same. None of us will. Grief, we all go through it, but the thing about grief is you don't get over it. You just learn to live with it.
Yeah, I don't think you ever really get over your son dying or your brother dying or your best friend dying. I've known plenty of people who've had those they were close to die, and they still aren't over it like a decade later or more. So I understand why a lot of people are outraged that Carmelo's school still wants to allow him to graduate, despite the fact that even if he did get off with the self-defense charge, which he almost certainly won't, he still brought a weapon to school and started a fight, which is easy grounds for expulsion. Why should he get to graduate after breaking school rules when Austin Metcalf will never get to graduate? And so because Carmelo is almost certainly guilty of murder, unless there's some info that we're unaware of, the racial grift must begin to try to beat the charges. And the grift is quite ridiculous. I mean, Carmelo and his legal team are some of the dumbest criminals on the planet. You can read the full police report where it says that an officer called Carmelo the alleged suspect, followed by Carmelo spontaneously saying, "I'm not alleged, I did it." Literally confessed to a murder right in front of the police. Even worse for Carmelo's defense, his family picked some black activist lawyer named Dominic Alexander, who I swear is just like that race-grifting character from that episode of the Boondocks, where they tried to bully the school for $500,000 because a teacher said the N-word.
I have a message for the Woodcraft School District. Oh, good Lord, what's that stupid hustler doing here? You have assaulted the Spine family's dignity, you have assassinated their pride, and you have hurt their feelings. Now, somebody gonna pay.
Don't listen to him, Granddad. He just wants to use us to get press for a stupid sitcom on BET.
The scary thing is that this episode of the Boondocks is almost 20 years old, and it still applies like it was written yesterday. So Carmelo's lawyer and his activist group hold this press conference to, I guess, give everyone a more positive outlook on the defendants. Let's take a look.
Y'all, I'm Minister Dominic Alexander. I serve as the president of the Next Generation Action Network. Today I come before you with a heavy heart, but determined in spirit. Not just as an advocate, but as a black man. Black people in America don't have to pull the race card. I ain't pulling no race card, I live it. I'm reminded all the time that I'm a black man in America.
I mean, if you don't want to be reminded of your race, then maybe you shouldn't open up your speech with, "as a black man," as you use this press conference to promote your race-based activist group.
This is not just about Carmelo. It's about the family who dare to stand and demand justice and return and receive ugliness that racism in this country still breeds. As the president of the Next Generation Action Network, we will never ask the oppressor for permission to liberate our people. We are not scared. We are not moving.
Wait, did I just hear a smoke detector beep?
We are not moving.
Anyway, I love how the family of the killer's immediate legal strategy is to poison the culture into a race war in the hopes of getting special treatment from the legal system. Real generous of you to not only harm the Metcalfs with this event, but also the entirety of America. You guys are real assholes. This is despite the fact that Austin's father, Jeff Metcalf, who is actually a victim, who was actually wronged, and has been swatted multiple times over this event, went on the news earlier before this press conference saying that he didn't want to escalate this by making it about race.
This is not a race issue. This is not a black and white issue. I don't want someone stepping up on a soapbox trying to politicize this.
I've already forgiven the person who stabbed him. God's going to take care of everything. And if we're all
come together. Black, white, yellow, brown, I don't care. It's all about human beings.
Wow, I don't know how many visits to a church it takes to get that kind of peaceful mentality, but if it was my kid, I wouldn't have been so nice. Actually, Jeff Metcalf happened to show up to the Carmelo press conference, so I guess break bread and pray with him in the hopes of making peace and showing unity. But of course, Carmelo's team's legal strategy is to increase division, so they didn't want Jeff Metcalf there, and Carmelo's lawyer handles his presence at the conference in the worst possible way.
What we've seen at the beginning of this press conference, the father being at this press conference, is a disrespect to the dignity of his son. Next Generation Action Network.
Right. Don't forget to plug the name of your organization 20 more times while the cameras are rolling.
From the beginning, has respected the loss of life. And all I'm going to say, so it don't be asked later, is that was disrespectful. He was not invited. He knows that is inappropriate to be near this family, but he did it.
We were asking him repeatedly to leave. And literally, he wouldn't even talk. He wouldn't even say anything. He felt like he could just stand there. It was very upsetting to me.
Now, what I find curious about this here, it's not the victim's father was asked to leave the area, and he was able to do that without killing anyone. The irony here is just great. But anyway, this press conference is full of Carmelo's family playing the victim, trying to increase racial tension, and telling a number of lies. Here's a lie that I found to be the most ridiculous while they were talking about Carmelo's right to a trial.
He should be afforded the same rights that Kyle Rittenhouse had. Nobody in the public media has one video camera, but we got the video of Kyle Rittenhouse with an AK-47 shooting 3 people in the back. We got that, and he raised more than $2 million publicly, and nobody said anything.
I mean, I agree that Carmelo deserves his day in court and deserves to argue in his defense, but that statement about Kyle Rittenhouse was so factually inaccurate that they should have fired that lawyer right on the spot for saying it. Not only did he say the wrong gun, but Kyle shot 3 people in the back? Bro, there is literally evidence of the first guy threatening to kill Kyle with a weapon before he was shot. You also have video of Kyle being chased and violently assaulted by a mob, and you have Gage Grosskreutz testifying in court that he had a loaded firearm aimed at Kyle before he was shot.
Mr. Grosskreutz, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 67. That's a photo of you, yes?
Yes.
Okay. That's Mr. Rittenhouse?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you'd agree your firearm is pointed at Mr. Rittenhouse, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you were standing 3 to 5 feet from him with your arms up in the air, he never fired, right?
Correct.
It wasn't until you pointed your gun at him, advanced on him, with your gun, now your hands down, pointed at him, that he fired, right?
Correct.
After I heard Carmelo's lawyer say that stuff about Kyle, I just started laughing. You can't get something that factually wrong and call yourself a lawyer. You'll get destroyed in a courtroom. But good news for everyone who wants justice for Austin Metcalf, though I guess all this makes sense when you consider that this lawyer has been arrested multiple times, one of them being for violently abusing and hospitalizing a 2-year-old, so Carmelo's family literally picked the worst possible man to argue in his defense.
My name is Kayla Hayes. I am the mother of Carmelo Anthony. He's been raised in a 2-parent home with structure, stability, love, and we put God first in everything that we do.
If he's really from a 2-parent home with stability, why do you have different last names? Something's being left out here. Also, why do you look like you're under 30 with a 17-year-old? How old were you when you had him? Lots of questions here. Anyway, again, more and more people are getting really tired of everything being called racist, especially when that's being used to cover up a crime. And because of that, a situation that happened on the week of April 28th, 2025, involving a white woman named Shiloh Hendricks, became a huge event because she was recorded in a park saying some offensive words. Now understand that in order to make this next video YouTube friendly, I have to censor some stuff, so know that anytime that the audio is cut, it's because the N-word is being said.
You call him a child? Did you call the child N-word? It is my own business. You call him a nigger? Okay, why don't you have the boss to say it right now again?
I love how the guy's big issue was that the N-word was said in front of children, as he immediately proceeds to not only say the N-word a number of times, but also encourages the woman to repeat the word.
All right, that's what you say. Nobody digging into your shit. That little kid, you call him that little child? Are you about to hit him? You chasing him?
He took my son's stuff.
So that gives you the right to call the child 5-year-old and then
If that's what he's gonna act
that's what you're gonna call him.
That's what he's gonna act like.
You know, that's hate speech. And you can get recorded for that.
I don't give a shit.
Yes, you can definitely be recorded if you say something in public. However, hate speech is not a thing in America, and contrary to what social media is trying to get everyone to believe, saying the N-word is not illegal. This guy better hope it's not, because he said it a bunch of times, unless he's saying that law should apply differently based on race, and I could have sworn that America went through a whole civil rights movement to make such things illegal. Anyway, what happened was that a black child tried to take something from this lady Shiloh's bag, and in retaliation, she called him the N-word. Now, is it wrong to call a kid a racial slur? Of course it is. Is it illegal? Well, I'm not a lawyer, but probably not. Kids get called names all the time by adults, and I don't think that people are being arrested left and right for that. The cops are more concerned with, did you hit them or engage in extreme verbal abuse like screaming or threatening them. Now, should Shiloh receive harsh criticism for doing this? Absolutely. If it was my kid she called a racial slur, I would be pretty mad. However, I don't think it's a crime. But as I said, the video went viral, and the internet ended up doxing her address, her phone number, and much worse, leaked her social security number. I imagine that this was also compounded by lots of threats, because that's what usually happens in these cases. And so Shiloh started a Give, Send, Go campaign on May 1st to help her pay for some of the expenses of having all her information leaked. My name is Shiloh, and I've been put in a very dire situation. I recently had a kid steal from my 18-month-old son's diaper bag at a park. I called the kid out for what he was. Okay, so I don't think anyone's denying that this lady is at least a little bit racist, but trying to ruin a woman's entire life and threaten her safety because a word was said is inappropriate. Think of all the non-white people who constantly say racist shit and they receive no consequences at all. Think of stuff like this children's book here that teaches anti-white racism to kids, or this social experiment that British television did that taught kids based on a racist narrative. No one is having their lives ruined over those things. So maybe just have Shiloh apologize to the child and the family, and have her take a course on how to manage undesirable behavior from children without calling them racial slurs. You know, have the punishment fit the crime. But since Carmelo Anthony got hundreds of thousands of dollars on Give, Send, Go for killing a student, and he was being glorified for doing that, and because Shiloh opened up her Give, Send, Go account just a couple weeks later, in response, the internet started donating to Shiloh like crazy, and we got some competitive racism in the form of charity. We had people on Team White donating $2,000 to help spell out the N-word, and people on Team Black were donating to share how they were happy that Carmelo ended the life of a white kid. Punishment fit the crime. But since Carmelo Anthony got hundreds of thousands of dollars on Give, Send, Go for killing a student, and he was being glorified for doing that, and because Shiloh opened up her Give, Send, Go account just a couple weeks later, in response, the internet started donating to Shiloh like crazy, and we got some competitive racism in the form of charity. We had people on Team White donating $2,000 to help spell out the N-word, and people on Team Black were donating to share how they were happy that Carmelo ended the life of a white kid, until Give, Send, Go removed the ability to comment on both campaigns, which pissed a lot of people off because the comments were only removed after Shiloh began her campaign, and it was like a day after. Meanwhile, people had been saying racist shit and cheering on the stabbing of a white kid for weeks on Carmelo's page. Now, I will say that these comments are probably not good for the culture. However, the suggestion here is that black people can be as racist as they want towards white people, and no one cares. Meanwhile, when similar sentiments are thrown back, it's the end of the world, and now action has to be taken. This double standard is why people are mad. Both types of racism are bad, but only one gets punished. So far, Carmelo's campaign has raised $530,000, and Shiloh has raised $780,000, to which, I think in both cases, the money couldn't have gone to less deserving people. Obviously, I'm more sympathetic to Shiloh because her sin was far less severe. However, despite that the reaction to what she did was way out of line, I'm not a fan of a person being essentially rewarded with close to $1 million for doing a bad thing. But again, the reason that she got so much money is because of over a decade of unmitigated racism towards white people from the mainstream media, activists, colleges, politicians, and human resources departments. For over 10 years, people have been making some of the most evil and prejudiced accusations towards whites. However, if you say something reasonable like, hey, maybe don't drive a car while you're under the influence of fentanyl, they will have a meltdown and try to ruin your entire life. I mean, you had people saying shit like this on social media and nothing would happen, but if you said a man is a man on social media, then you could lose your livelihood. And the legacy media types are still trying to maintain this as the status quo. In response to the 2 fundraisers on GiveSendGo, Piers Morgan did a panel and interviewed a co-founder of the website in a video where I can only imagine it was Piers' goal to increase racial tension.
In the case of Shiloh Hendricks, it seems to me pretty open and shut. This is a woman on camera repeatedly using the N-word, first of all with a 5-year-old autistic child, it seems, then an adult who's filming her, doesn't care, is blatantly racist. Why should someone like that be allowed to raise any money on your site if, as you say, you are driven by a Christian purpose?
Well, that's a fascinating question. I would almost flip it around. It's like if we tried to create litmus tests for everybody to come onto a platform to use it, I pretty much could guarantee nobody would pass the litmus test, because the reality of humanity is that we're broken.
So you would let anybody onto your platform to raise money for anything? Is that your position?
No, the position is that there are laws that define what is legal and what isn't legal, and we adhere to the laws as the framework for what is and isn't allowed.
Yes, that basically should be the line for all these social media websites. In fact, in America, legally, they're supposed to behave like GiveSendGo to retain certain protections, but the government loves to not enforce the law. So in retaliation to this very reasonable point, it looks like Piers' team has done some research and has found that GiveSendGo is a Christian website, and because of that, there are certain behaviors that they actually don't allow.
Well, I'll say historically, we've stood on that principle of saying we're going to allow things that we disagree with.
Okay.
And we've allowed things that we completely disagree with.
Do you allow
on the
people to
platform.
do
But our
pro-abortion?
mission-
Do you allow pro-abortion fundraising?
Actually, there's 2 caveats to what GiveSendGo has carved out, and one of them is it's broken into 2 pieces, but it's the protection of children. So we say we're going to protect children because they don't have a voice. So we're not going to allow fundraising for abortions on GiveSendGo, and we're not going to allow fundraising for the transition of children.
Right, he's a hypocrite, which would have been a great gotcha moment for Piers if it wasn't for the fact that in many states, abortion and transitioning children is a crime. In fact, it seems like Piers is not very informed on U.S. law at all.
Inciting racial hatred is a crime, right?
Inciting racial hatred is a crime?
Yeah.
Where?
You don't think it's a crime?
In the U.S.?
Yeah, it is.
I've never seen that as a law on the books, but
it is.
That was part of the reason.
I'm not even American, and I know it's a law on the books. You're not allowed to incite racial hatred or violence against ethnic groups based on their ethnicity. What could be a more glaring example than someone on camera calling black people the N-word?
Yeah, Piers, that's not a crime. I mean, groups like Antifa and BLM and news reporters, as well as a number of U.S. senators and congressmen, better hope that's not a crime, because they're going to jail if that's the case. And
Hey everybody, and welcome to another video. Today I'm going to be reviewing the Asmongold reaction to the Guy Barca situation, in which if you don't know, he was an antinatalist, an ethicist, and a pro-mortalist who detonated a car bomb next to a fertility clinic, and he did this in order to draw attention to the issue. I personally think that he probably had a lot of resentment in him and also did this as an act of revenge to lash out at the world in a way. But that's just my opinion, and that's just speculation. I could be wrong, but I got a suspicion that this person probably had a lot of resentment in his heart, despite how calm he sounded in the manifesto. Anyway, that's enough preface. Let's go ahead and watch Asmongold's reaction to the situation.
Palm Springs IVF clinic bomber ID'd as Guy Edward Bartkiss, a pro-mortalist who opposed people being born without their consent. Okay, all right. Yep, sure. So we've got a real individual here, and let's see what else is going on here. And Bartkiss allegedly described his fanatical pro-death beliefs written in recorded manifestos as being against bringing people into the world without their consent to spare them from future suffering. KCAL News reporter. Bro, this guy's like a JRPG villain. Oh my.
All right, so you already have the twisting of the narrative here. He did state in his manifesto that he's not pro-death. But he did say he's anti-life. So there is a bit of a contradiction there, where, you know, you say you're anti-life, but you're not pro-death. He said that he doesn't think that you should murder people, and he didn't intend to murder people or hurt anybody in this act, even though he very well could have, and some people did get injured. So antinatalism is basically the idea that it is immoral to bring a new life into the world, or to bring consciousness into the world, because they are going to be subject to suffering, pain, and death and hardship, no matter what. So that's a guarantee. And the argument goes that you're guaranteed suffering and hardship and pain and death, but you're not guaranteed a good life. Therefore, you're taking a risk when you conceive and bring a life into the world, believing that this person is going to have a good life. But the reality is this life is actually extremely harsh. It's repetitive. All we do the majority of the time is just doing boring, repetitive tasks, and constantly grinding away at slave jobs day in, day out, just to stay alive. This makes most people miserable. If you ask the majority of people, most people will probably say that they like to be alive and that they love being alive, but they're not really being honest, in my opinion. I think most people are miserable and they hate life, and that's just the way it is. The realm is designed in such a way where life has to kill and eat other life in order to continue to exist, in order to continue to survive. That facet of life has been hidden from us. We have kidnapped entire species of animals and purposed their life, the life of those animals, to being farmed for food. Life is not as beautiful as people like to people like to chalk it up to be. It may be working out for some people. It may be working out for Asmongold, who is probably making a lot of money just fucking around on the internet, and he doesn't, he's addicted to this, so he's getting his fix. And everything is peachy and wonderful for him. He gets to be a talking head on the internet and feel like he's important, and that, sure, he has like a sense of purpose, but
this is like something straight out of like a video game. Okay, so yeah, there we go. Sanest Redditor. Yeah, I guess so. And
something straight out of a video game. I'm not sure I agree with that, but whatever you want to say for entertainment.
Let's see if he said anything else about it. Debris and broken glass. Why else did he say it? Nearby resident. So that's about it, right? There's nobody else really talking about this. A what? Oh, yeah, I mean, like, the guy's crazy. I mean, I don't really know what's the surprise. Oh, no.
Nobody else really talking about this? So I guess it's just Asmongold, huh? Didn't quite get the attention that he wanted to get. Apparently, the world doesn't want to hear about it. And frankly, I don't blame him. You know, who the hell wants to listen to a piece of shit terrorist? I really don't understand terrorism. I don't understand why anybody would think that causing destruction and chaos and death and suffering is going to further your cause. I think that you're on that mind control. You're on that that stupid sauce. But and apparently a lot of other people in this community are of that opinion as well. So maybe you should stop a moment and think about the position that you've decided to take, and maybe be a little bit humble and honest with yourself and realize that maybe that's a mistake. This isn't helping the cause. This isn't the proper action that one needs to take to do the right thing. I don't understand why I have to tell people that blowing up buildings is immoral and wrong, but here I am. And I'm sure I'll get downvotes by people who disagree, who are also people who probably have a lot of resentment and hatred at the situation we're in, and just love to see it when one of us strikes back. I think maybe you should probably let some of that resentment go. It's not good for you.
Okay, let's see if I can find it here, and if there's any more information about it. Is a pro-mortalist, meaning he believes in destruction of all life. This is ultimately at the core of leftist ideology. Well, what is this here? You can download the recorded stream. Pro-mortalist, so you're just pro-psycho killers. So this is just, yeah, I mean...
I don't know why people, whenever somebody does something extreme, people always want to see whether or not that person had like a left-wing or a right-wing ideology, so that they can win points in their pointless argument over what method they would like to be ruled. Communism or capitalism, take your pick. You know, it's all slavery. It's all elitist ruling over the masses. And leftists and rightists like to argue over what method they would like to be ruled. And so that's politics in a nutshell. Was he leftist? Jesus fucking Christ. People are so stupid.
Okay. I mean, I feel like it's just kind of a nutball, right? Yeah, kind of a nutball, so it's not a right-winger after all. No, it's not. I know that, like, I was expecting that it could have been. I thought it was somebody who was like, oh, well, IVS is a perversion of God's will or something like that. I was expecting maybe that would happen. But apparently not. And this is his... Is this...
why I've decided to bomb an IVF building.
I think if I watch this, I'll get in trouble, especially, like, because... You know, the guys, I mean, like, what is terrorism?
I don't want to get in trouble. He doesn't want to he doesn't want to lose his money is what it is. He's a pussy. So he said he was kind of a nutball. I kind of agree with that. Like, if you do something like this, you're kind of a nutball. I mean, why would you think that this is a good idea? How did you get so twisted in your own mind that you thought that this was going to have some kind of positive outcome? Anyway, so Asmongold is going on. He talked about pro-mortalism, which is apparently... So I looked up pro-mortalism. It really just means that you are in support of if somebody wants to exit early, they should have the right and the ability to do that in a humane way instead of having to go and find a way to end their lives in some kind of extreme way, like hanging themselves or blowing their heads off or something like that. I tend to agree with that. I think if somebody has had enough, ultimately it is their decision if they want to leave. And I think that you should consider the effects of that before making that decision. And I don't personally agree with that. Well, I do and I don't. I think that there's an argument to be made that that it's probably better to leave early instead of waiting until you get old and get dementia and die slowly. Like if somebody doesn't want to go through the experience of suffering slowly and dying at the end of their life, then they should have the option to opt out early. That's my opinion. Does that mean that I want to harm people or end other people's lives? No. And, you know, if you actually listen to the manifesto, Guy didn't think that either. He wasn't intending to end anybody's lives, and said it clearly in the recording that nobody listens to. Certainly nobody in the mainstream is going to listen to it. The news isn't going to talk about it. I have my own issues with the manifesto, and I do intend to go over it in a future video. But I agree with a lot of what he said in that. Does that mean that I'm an extremist who wants to blow up buildings and cause harm and suffering and you know, violence in the world? No, that doesn't mean that at all. I think that you're a little unhinged and crazy if you do something like that. I do think that he was mind controlled. I think that in a lot of cases when people do extreme things, it's true that we are under a lot of pressure, but there is also sort of an energetic, psychic mind control that exists that pushes people a little bit further. It also has the ability to control their thinking. It has the ability to cause them to sort of nudge themselves into delusions and get trapped in delusions. I know all about it. I went through it. I experienced some of the most intense mind control that exists in this place. But I won't belabor that point. Anybody who is in the mainstream or is unaware of what this reality actually is and what's really going on here, which is much darker than most people think it is going to listen to something like that and think that I'm a nutball too. And you know, that's just sort of the nature of coming to realize the ultimate truths of this reality. You're going to be marginalized. You're going to be labeled a nutball. It's par for the course. You know, that's the way it was before this happened, and that's the way it's going to be after this happens. But you're certainly not helping your case if you do something like this, and it's not helping us get the word out. So I do believe that we should be taking action, and that's what I'm doing right now. I'm expressing myself. I'm being authentic. I'm trying to get people to gain a better understanding of what's really going on in the world, and that's it. You know, that's all I'm going to do. You can criticize me all day, but I think I'm in the right.
Well, this is terrorism, right? I mean, 100%. So, like, I mean, I'll let you know that I would watch this whole thing, but I just don't want to get in trouble from, you know, Twitch. Because, as we all know, playing things made by terrorists is against the rules, and you're not allowed to do that, okay? Yeah, it's very big no-no. You're not supposed to do that. Never do that. And
I guess I'll be doing that in my next video.
So anyway, let's see here. Where's the rest of it? And I don't know if there's a summary for it. Why?
I like how he's like criticizing. Oh, you know, he's criticizing, you know, them attacking free speech, but he's like, okay, master, I'll do what you say.
Have you done this? Possible FAQ down in history. Basically, I'm a pro-mortalist. Explain this in a quote. Download it just in case. Okay, so what is the end goal? The end goal is for the truth, elitism to win. And once it does, we can begin to play the process of sterilizing the planet of the disease of life. Life can only continue as long as people hold the delusional belief that it is not a zero-sum game causing senseless torture and messes that it can only partially clean up. I think we need a war against pro-lifers. Okay, so I don't even think that, like, you can. It's very obvious that this person is not talking about abortion individuals. He's talking about people that want to be alive. I don't think that this is just really the truth, right? And this is something, again, this is what.
And I will say this: I don't have a problem with people wanting to be alive. That's their will. They have the freedom to want to be alive. I personally think that there are better realities than this one. I don't believe that this is the only reality. I think that's insane. Like if you come to the conclusion that physicality is the only thing that exists, what a bleak view you have. And it's not just about it being bleak. You're not doing your due diligence. You're not putting in the research to find out what is actually going on. There are tens of thousands of NDEs, pre-birth memories, people experiencing existence outside of the body, outside of the physical realm. It's not just the physical world, and there's more out there. That we live. This is a extremely expansive, infinite existence that we're living in, and this is just one tiny sliver, one small part of it, and a shit one at that. And if you think that there's nothing better than this life, that that this is all we have, and we just need to make the most of it, I think that you're a little short-sighted. So I don't know what he's reading here. I guess this is just on promortalism.com. This is the summary of the worldview, of the ideology or whatever. It seems more like a worldview. He said that they want to wage war on pro-lifers. They think that that's a good idea. So if that is pro-mortalism, then don't call me a pro-mortalist. I don't agree with that. I think that that is insane. That's like radicalization. It's evil. It's evil. Life spelled backwards is Ethel, and live spelled backwards is evil. So you're just one step away from being a fucking psychopathic Satanist, as far as I'm concerned. And before you jump down my throat, yes, I'm aware that there are people who call themselves Satanists who think that that is a good thing, that they're somehow waging war on God because Satan is God's enemy type thing. I'm not talking about that. That in itself is kind of stupid to me, but I'm talking about like atheistic Satanists who are basically have a social Darwinist ideology. And they just try to hoard power and try, they're just obsessed with self-empowerment and don't care about morals or respecting other people's sovereignty and things like that. And just to be clear, I'm not against life. Basically, life is sort of equates to existence. I think that life in this place is extremely cursed and shitty, and I don't think that we should this is where our existence should be. This is a place where we are imprisoned against our will and have to endure a great deal of suffering and hardship, and we have to experience watching our bodies decay and then a slow death. And obviously that's not ideal. So things like decay and suffering, those are things that sort of go against life. Those are things that destroy life. Life to me is more than just existing in physicality. Life to me is existing at your full potential. And, it's impossible for us to reach our full potential in this place because we're limited by design.
There's a lot of people that would use this as like a, like any sort of like, I'm trying to think of like the best way to say it. They would use this as a point where they could say, oh, look at leftism, like that people are like leftists and they're bad, etc. I don't think this person is a leftist. I think this person is just an extreme radical, and they're so far down the rabbit hole of radicalism and extremism. Yeah, it's like,
yeah, see, they just view it as radicalism and extremism. They don't see anything. They don't see any value in it. They don't even understand it. They've never explored it. They're perfectly happy prioritizing comfort over truth, and that's just the way they are. But I unfortunately I'm finding myself agreeing with Asmongold here over what some people have been saying in our community, our supposed truth and authenticity community. It's terrorism. What else would you call this? This is insane.
Playing God. Yeah, exactly. Right. I don't think you can blame this on left-wing ideology. I think this person, if it was up to them, they'd kill everybody. Right. And so
yeah, so there you go. If he actually listened to the manifesto, he would know that wasn't that person's intention. That wasn't Guy's intention. I'm not defending him and what he did, but I'm not going to misrepresent him in any way because that would be dishonest. He has no idea what Guy Barkus, what his worldview is and what he thought, and he's just making shit up. And I don't respect that. He's like a know-nothing know-it-all. You know, he didn't look into it. He didn't do what he was supposed to do, and he's misrepresenting him because he's vilified in the media, and he's just perfectly okay with that.
I mean, I feel like that's not really playing much of a side, is it? So yeah, and so you see Alyssa Mercante is still shit talking you on Twitter. Yeah, I did see that. We'll talk about that later on. But yeah, so this is who the shooter is, and again, pretty much just another piece of shit. Apparently, did they catch him? Did they get him, or oh, he killed himself? Oh, okay. Well, that's wow. What a.
He's just completely speculating here. He's not being honest at all.
How sad. Wow, that's so sad. And anyway, so it was a dead body? Yeah, I guess so. And he injured 4 of the... Wait a minute.
He was a human being, you know. You know, I don't agree with what he did, but I think it's tragic that this happened. And his father is suffering. And his father knows that he was a good person. You know, I'm sure that there was a lot of good and care in him. But... yeah, it's just a shame. This wasn't the act of a psychopath. I said that in my last video because I was angry, but I think the reality here is that he just was crashing out and probably had a lot of frustration and resentment and acted out.
Oh my god, what a retard. Okay, so let me get this straight. So this guy goes and he wants to kill everybody, and the only thing he manages to do is kill himself?
Alright, I've seen enough. So that is my reaction to Asmongold's reaction to this situation. Well, it's my response, rather. I don't react, I respond. So I hope that you got something from this, and to people who listen to me and watch my videos, I really...
Kill himself?
Alright, I've seen enough. So that is my reaction to Asmongold's reaction to this situation. Well, it's my response, rather. I don't react, I respond. So I hope that you got something from this, and to the people who listen to me and watch my videos, I really do appreciate you. I said in one of my videos that I was screaming into the void. I do know that I am reaching some people, at least, even if it's just like a few. So I hope this helps. I hope that being the voice of reason and logic is the type of thing that calms you down. And so yeah, just relax, people. You know, we're in this for the long haul. It's not a race. It's not a war. You know, well, it is a war because war is being waged on us. But it's done in a way to where if we wage war, we're the bad guys no matter what. So don't do that. That's not the answer. And we have to figure out another way. Just be reasonable, be calm, and figure it out. I don't know. That's all I got. So I hope you have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you in the next one. Other than the fact that I talk shit. Hi, Steven. I see you found my video that I made about you, calling you a problem. And obviously it upset you because you're now talking about me on your channel. I've become a target of yours. I find that interesting because you don't really know anything about me, but other than the fact that I talk shit about you and you don't like it, so I'm now one of the bad guys. And I'm sure that you're going to vilify me and paint me in a certain way and get people to hate me. You know, just the normal shit that you do. And that's fine. You can do that. I've never really seen any of it. I don't really care to watch it. I don't care about you, really, not really. It's just that you upset a lot of people, and you antagonize people, and you create an environment of toxicity in the truther space. That is true. I know I probably upset you by calling you a loser or a punk ass or whatever names. I'm not really the type of person to name call and belittle people. It's not really in my nature. I don't do that sort of thing. But in certain situations, some people kind of fucking deserve it. And in your case, I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad at all because it's the truth. That's how I feel about you. I think you're a fucking loser. I think that you spend all your time attacking people in the truther community, pretending that you're some big fucking hero and you aren't. And I think that's fucking pathetic loser behavior. I'm sorry if it upsets you. It's the truth. All I'm doing is holding up a mirror. I'm not misrepresenting you in any way. I'm not making shit up about you. I'm not painting you as a villain. I'm just pointing out your behavior. And I'm not being dishonest. This is the way things are. You did point out that I wasn't telling the truth about the amount of time that I spent on your channel. That is true. I guess I didn't really want to admit that I spent as long there as I did, because frankly, I'm ashamed of it. You said that I was there for months, but that's not true. I was only there for maybe 6 weeks at the most. I don't think I spent any longer than that. I kind of got sick of you and your behavior and your toxic behavior, and I saw you bully people. I saw that the way that you talk to people and the way that you belittle people. It really does have the vibe of like a high school bully. I assume that maybe you did that a lot when you were younger, and that made you feel good. It made you feel powerful, and so that you wanted to continue that behavior. I don't know. I don't claim to know your psychology or why you're the way that you are. I just, I'm just pointing out that you are the way that you are. I hope you have fun belittling me on your channel and talking about me and obsessing about me for many years to come. I'm sure that you will. Probably spend an exorbitant. I know that you will probably spend a great deal of your time doing so. Just know that I don't give a shit. Go fuck yourself, you fucking loser. Hi, everybody. He does on a regular basis. Now, in regards to racism and my comments as to, I pointed out in a video that I think that Steven is actually like a racist because whenever he has a black person up on the screen, and I saw this multiple times, like 3 or 4 times, and whenever there's a black person on the screen, he always points out that it's a black person, and he always applies some negative trait to that. He'll say like, "Oh, black people, they always eat while they're talking on while they're having conversations, and they're so rude." He said something along the lines of that. And he also makes insinuations that like white people are genetically superior to black people. And just in subtle ways, he'll like reveal his actual racism. So that's what I'm talking about. Like, you know, there is a sort of I personally am irritated with this whole concept of white guilt and the popularization of white guilt, and the fact that, you know, white people, they're in the modern world, there is actually a lot of racism against white people, and that is sort of perpetuated by the media and, you know, woke Hollywood, and, you know, their bullshit that they just kind of like make up standards, and, you know, whatever virtue signaling bullshit that they put out there, they expect other people to go along with, right? Whatever they think is important in terms of social justice, you know, if we're not going along with it, then we're either racist or sexist or whatever, you know. It's that kind of bullshit, right? I don't like that. There's a sort of sexism against men, a sort of racism against white people that you see in the world, and it's socially acceptable racism, and there's plenty of examples of it online, you know, where black people are being overtly racist, and even white people are being racist against white people, and when you call them out for it, somehow you know, that's also considered racist. You know, it's like annoying double standards like that. I don't like it. I abhor racism. I hate it. I don't like it when white people are abhor racism. I hate it like that. I don't like it. I abhor racism. I hate it. I don't like it when white people are racist, and I don't like it when black people are racist. And, you know, there's this sort of anti-woke subculture of people who just focus on that. And, you know, they develop a sort of racism as a response, you know, there's this sort of anti-woke subculture, and I don't like it when black people are racist. I abhor racism. I hate it. I abhor racism. I hate it. I don't like it when white people are racist, and I don't like it when black people are racist. And, you know, there's this sort of anti-woke subculture of people who just focus on that. And, you know, they develop a sort of racism as a response, you know, as like a sort of ego knee-jerk reaction. And that's what I see in Steven. Okay. So when I say he's racist, I'm not being a woke, you know, liberal that's making up something, you know, about somebody. It's what I see. It's what I observe in him. And all he's doing by having this resentful attitude is fueling racism and fueling the race wars. So let me give you an example. So if like a Hollywood movie, like a Disney movie, race swaps somebody, and people say that they don't like that doesn't make any sense. You know, why are you making Snow White a Latina person? That's stupid. The original character was a German in in medieval Germany. It wouldn't make any sense for them to be a Latina person, but Disney does it anyway in order to distract from the fact that the movies that they put out is garbage, and so that people will focus on that, and it'll fuel racism, and it'll you know, take the heat off of them for being fucking creatively bankrupt, right? So what they end up doing is they find the few examples of people being actually racist and using like racial slurs and stuff online, and they'll say, hey, look, see, people are just being racist, and they'll put out an article, or like some woke, you know, internet blogger puts out an article about that and points out, you know, that, look, see, people are...
That I can't say. There's stupid rules of fucking game. I'm listening to my favorite rap song, and I just want to sing along, nigga. I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. Gonna make you understand. Gonna say nigga today. Gonna say nigga tonight. Gonna say nigga today. Trying to celebrate black art. Now please step away from my car, nigga. I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. Gonna make you understand. Gonna say nigga today. Gonna say nigga tonight. Gonna say nigga today. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, gonna hold on myself, and I'm rocking in my car. Always say sing the N-word every time I hear it. Don't blame me, I didn't write the lyrics. I'm not a hater, I just love rap songs. Please just let me sing along, nigga. I just wanna tell you how I'm feeling. Gonna make you understand. Gonna say nigga today. Gonna say nigga nigga today. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, when I'm all by myself and I'm rocking in my car, always say nigga. Well, hard off. Gonna say nigga today. Gonna say nigga tonight. Gonna say nigga today. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, when I'm all by myself and I'm rocking in my car, always say nigga. Well, hard off. Gonna say nigga today. Gonna say nigga tonight. Gonna say nigga today. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, when I'm all by myself and I'm rocking in my car, always say nigga. Well, hard off.
And using like racial slurs and stuff online, and they'll say, "Hey, look, see, people are just being racist," and they'll put out an article, or like some woke, internet blogger puts out an article about that and points out, that look, see, this is because people are racist, and then they sort of accuse the masses of being racist when they say that it's weird that you're casting a Latina person as Snow White. But when people are actually racist, that gives fuel to the war, right? It gives them something. It gives those bloggers fuel to do what they do. So in a way, they're just adding to the problem, you know what I mean? Instead of pointing it out for what it is and why it doesn't make sense and it has nothing to do with race or racism, people are just being racist and adding to adding fuel to the fire. And that's what Steven does. And that was my point. So I hope that's clear. And I guess that's all I really wanted to talk about. So I will end it here. I usually say have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you in the next one, because I don't know how to end these. And it's sort of like a signature ending for me or whatever. But I do hope that you have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you in the next one. So in a way, they're just adding to the problem, you know what I mean? Instead of pointing it out for what it is and why it doesn't make sense and it has nothing to do with race or racism, people are just being racist and adding to adding fuel to the fire. And that's what Steven does. And that was my point. So I hope that's clear. And I guess that's all I really wanted to talk about. So I will end it here. I usually say have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you in the next one, because I don't know how to end these. And it's sort of like a signature ending for me or whatever. But I do hope that you have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hello everyone. I'm going to end the live stream here. I hope you had fun watching. I hope you enjoyed watching this stream tonight. And I hope you have a good night. Have a beautiful night, everyone.
Oh, man, she says she want hood nigga. I keep the perk by the pound. The trunk stay.
Good night, everyone. Mad love to all good spirits.
And I keep a bad bitch around. Thick bitch, long hair, yellow, white, red, brown. Hood nigga, and my
Mad love and strength to all good spirits. Good night, and I will see you again soon. Take care. Bye for now.
My Chevy sitting on 24s. Flats look like flapjack. Pancake, you ain't no hood nigga. I'ma play the game how it go. They can take me out the hood, but I'ma keep it hood for. All the whole jockey be steady knocking, middle of the stage, got the whole club rocking. Nigga, you can hate, but the chick steady watching. Bet you can't do it on the stick. She poppin', we bottle poppin'. You cock blockin', told your girl you rap, but your CD flopping. You say you getting money, man, we ain't seen nothing. Your girl is persistent, she ain't stopping, man. She said she want hood nigga. I keep the perk by the pound. The trunk stay bumpin', y'all know we run the town. Hood nigga. And I keep a bad bitch around. Big bitch, long hair, yellow, white, red, brown. Hood nigga. And my Chevy sitting on 24s. Flats look like flapjack. Pancake, you ain't no hood nigga. I'ma play the game how it go. They can take me out the hood, but I'ma keep it hood for.